Welcome to Music City STOL here in beautiful Gallatin, Tennessee. It's the series' second visit to Music City Executive, and this weekend is the final leg on the circuit before the epic finale less than a month away in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Weather this weekend set to be sunny and clear, a welcome break for pilots after some of 2024's challenging conditions. Today is all about tuning the aircraft and tuning the pilots as they get ready to throw it all on the line in competition tomorrow. We've got a ton of heavy hitters here looking to grab season points and solidify their standings. If you're new here, it's time to buckle those safety belts and put that tray table up because we're going to teach you everything you need to know about STOL. Let's get those engines started here at National STOL's Music City STOL 2024.
And what's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? It's time for practice here in Gallatin, Tennessee. Music City STOL 2024. Say that 5 times fast. We are gearing up right now to kick off practice. We're going to be practicing all day. My name's Ryan Dombrowski. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy you're going to join us in the joy of aviation today here in Tennessee. We want to talk about all the things STOL. And if you're new here, don't worry. I got you, fam. We're going to get you through STOL. We're going to talk about how it works, talk about all different ways that you can get into this kind of flying if you'd like. It's going to be a really fun day. We've got multiple classes of aircraft, and you're going to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow in competition. We are at Music City Executive Airport in Gallatin, Tennessee. That's X-ray, November X-ray. Let's take a look at the weather right now. Winds calm, visibility 10 statute miles, and it is severe clear. We call that CAVU, clear above and visibility unlimited here in Tennessee today. The other thing to keep track of, you heard us talk about this throughout the season, is density altitude. Guess what? That's a little low too. 1,496 feet of density altitude. Temperature 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Not too bad, not too shabby. I think the pilots wouldn't mind a little more wind on the nose. You got these flags on the runway here, and they're not doing a whole bunch of anything. A little more wind on the nose can help the pilots have shorter takeoff and landing distances. We're going to be competing on runway 35 today, I think, based on how the wind is looking, based on how it's looking as nothing right now. So keep track of that. And we have this beautiful turf runway here in Gallatin. It is nicely mowed. It is freshly mowed. We even mow it a little extra on that line. We're going to teach you about what that line means in just a few minutes. And it is just stunning. It is stunning. The other thing you'll notice, kind of new, different today, in this stop in this series, is the runway that's been carved out of the grass is shorter than the actual, operable amount of runway. And so what you'll see is if we have some of the aircraft that have less performance, if they go off the, not off the end, but you see where it's mowed down real short, if they go beyond that into the taller grass, that taller grass is going to grab their tires and say, no, don't take off yet. You can't take off yet. It's going to actually slow them down even further. But look at that. We've got a full race paddock. There's the line on the screen there for you, freshly painted. And let's talk a little bit about how STOL works. So we're going to tee up a little video for you to explain how STOL works if you're new here. Go to nationalstol.com if you're here in the crowd. We'd love to have you say hi in the chat, and I can answer any questions you might have. Also, you're going to hear me say this a million times today, but go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote to get your vote in for your favorite competitor. There's actually a prize for the pilot that gets the most votes there. We'd love you to put your vote in after you see them compete today. Looks like we got Gary Varga chilling out in that 2012 World Aircraft Company Miss America Sentinel Vision. Flew all the way down here from Burlington, Wisconsin. Actually not too far from where I hail from in Milwaukee. And also, you can kind of see it in the little bit of that camera view right there. But we have, man, Gallatin, Music City STOL, they know how to do it here. You can see just a little bit of hints in the right-hand corner of your screen right there. We got a stage tomorrow. We're going to have music guests playing for your listening pleasure. You can't have a competition near Nashville, Tennessee, if you're not going to have some music ringing through your ears. So there's a great aerial view of the airport now. You can see all the competitive aircraft. That's all those airplanes lined up, except for the DC-3, the big one off in the distance. Those are almost exclusively competitor aircraft. You can see there's some parked aircraft on the right side that maybe aren't. And there's the line judging crew getting ready to go. See that painted line right there? We got Lexi Duncan, the celebrity line judge, Lexi Duncan, getting ready to call it as she sees it on the line, and her team of judges coming in to help us get the scores. So looking forward to practice today, a couple of things you're going to notice in National STOL. One, how does it work? We'll guide you through that. Part of it is all the aircraft are divided into classes. It wouldn't be fair to have some really light and powerful aircraft competing against some more standard, heavier, and less powerful aircraft. So we organize them into competitive classes. And today, the first practice session you're going to see is airplanes like this RANS S7S. That's piloted by Brandon Rice from Lewisburg, Kansas. And so he's flying a kind of a quintessential sport plane. These are aircraft that are a little bit lighter, traditionally 1,320 feet, 20 pounds or less. Gary Varga there in the World Aircraft Company, Sentinel Vision as well. We talked about coming down from Wisconsin. And we've got a lot of sport competitors in the competition here. That aircraft not going to be competing in sport, but it is giving rides if you're here in Gallatin, here at Music City Executive. That DC-3 painted up in the American Airlines livery. There's Pat McIntyre of the sport class giving some fist bumps. Yeah! Ready to go. He's one to watch in this season, rocking the F-22 demo team shirt. And Rick Boardman's aircraft getting ready to go. In just a short while, we'll see him practice as well. So, yeah, sport class. You're going to see sport class first. Normally they go at the end. We're going to see them up front in these light, powerful aircraft. These are going to be your Kit Foxes, your RANS S7s, your Zeniths, Carbon Cubs. After that, we're going to be headed over into Backcountry class. That's your more like classic aircraft like the Cessna 172, Cessna 140. Maybe you got a Champion or a Scout or a 170B in there. Aviat Husky's also in that class. Later today, you're going to see rookies, their first practice ever. Chad Hall actually going to be one of the folks in the rookie class. He's our host here at Gallatin at Music City STOL. You're going to see him and his Husky. You're also going to see Glenn Roberts, name I want to call out there, from Bellevue, Nebraska, in his Aranca Champ, competing for the first time. He's been part of the National STOL family for a long time, providing all those aerial views. Going to see something kind of weird a little bit later in the day. We're going to see a Magni Gyro, a gyrocopter in the exhibition class. You're going to see it do some pretty crazy landings. And then after kind of the lunch hour, well, it's already after lunch. After the end of the afternoon, you're going to be seeing the touring class. Those are the heavies like the Cessna 205 and the Cessna 182. Rounding things out with the unlimited class, that's going to be super competitive. Lots of pilots competing in that class, and the no holds barred, throw some money down, win a cash purse type thing. And we're going to wrap up the day's practice with a prequel to what may be the most exciting class tomorrow, the adventure class. We've got a Carbon Cub, a MOAC, a Legend aircraft, mother of all Cubs, competing against the new on the scene this season, Badlands Travelers. So it's going to be a packed day of practice. We're excited that you're here with us. If you're here in the crowd, hit up that merch tent, hit up the STOL competitors. If you see them walking through, say hi, give them a high five, and don't forget to hit those great local vendors and food trucks. Now, it's the moment you waited for. Let's talk about how this whole thing works right now.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear: tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies. It's a great day for STOL competition. Let's get it started.
So that was Reese Dockhand, one of our video producers, walking you through how National STOL works. As a recap, everything happens on that line. We take off from that line. We measure that distance from the line to where the main wheels depart. And then, assuming you land beyond the line and you don't scratch, if you land before it, it's like landing short of a carrier deck, if we want to get super dramatic about it. But we measure from the line to where those main wheels stop, and those two scores combined are your composite score. It's going to be a really fun one today. And, you know, I was talking about how, like, oh, look, we don't have any wind. No wind for the pilots. Well, guess what? Now we've got some. I've got the windsock right in front of me there showing a tailwind, actually. Got a little bit of wind on the tail for the pilots as they get ready for practice right now. We'll see if that flops around. We might be in a variable type position in terms of how the winds go. But right now showing a tailwind, which of course, if you do your physics in your head, is going to push the plane faster over the ground and potentially push you further away from the line. Not something that the pilots want. And up to a certain point, if it gets too windy in a tailwind direction, we have to flop the runway for safety because it becomes unsafe, especially for the tail draggers. And as if on cue, I just heard the air bosses shout down, say, hey, we're switching. So now we are switching down to runway 17. We're going to be flip-flopping the runway, so you're going to have to hold with us for a little bit while we get that ready, because we cannot be operating the air bosses up on top of the broadcast booth there, saying, you know, the tailwind there is not going to be safe operation. It's also not going to be as fun to watch, but mostly for safety, let's make sure we get this runway switch. So now all these actually are all pilots you see in these yellow vests, pilots and volunteers getting out to swap the line, and there's a fair amount to move. Not only do we have to move the distance markers, we have to move some cameras for you, we have to move paint a new line, move some cones. And at this competition too, you see one of the things that we're always improving in National STOL is pilot safety and accuracy, and the pilots have been asking for more visibility of where that line is depending on what the surface that we're competing on is. So when we're competing on turf, that's a very different sight picture than when we're competing on dirt. Earlier this season, we were competing on Mount St. Helens volcanic ash at the Moses Lake Air Show. So we're always doing everything we can to make sure that the pilots can see that line. They have an accurate way to figure out where they're going. And you can see one of our volunteers there dragging that yellow piece of plastic. That's actually like half of a runway close marker we use when we're setting up the runway to make sure it's safe. We've oriented those into little arrows so that the pilots know exactly where that line starts. So that's all got to get switched down. You can see the runway is getting switched completely around from 3.5 to 1.7. Wind's still showing calm on our little METAR system here, but we can see based on those winds, it's mostly favoring 1.7. Look at the windsock. You always want to fly out of the windsock if you're a pilot. And we'll get that all swapped for you right now. While we wait, now would be a great time. You see the gentleman carrying that yellow plastic there? That's Justin. His son, Barrett, is 3 years old today. And he asked me, he was like, Ryan, would you mind saying happy birthday to Barrett and my whole family back home, as he's here helping us put on this show for you here in Gallatin. So happy birthday, Barrett. Happy 3 years old. Hope you have an awesome birthday, having some cake or whatever it is you're doing to celebrate here from your National STOL family and your dad. Just want to wish you a happy birthday, buddy, and hope you have an awesome one. While we wait for this runway switch, if you're here for practice in Gallatin, check out the merch tents. The shirt there, I'm wearing one of those shirts actually right now. Those beautiful pattern ops shirts with the National STOL logo and some airplanes all over it. Really love the way it looks. It's a good cut. It's a good fit. It's very comfortable. And don't forget the Music City STOL shirt. Look at that guitar with a husky or something like that. And yeah, we got a floating head for you there that's going away. As we gear up for the sport class, let's talk a little bit about who's in that class and what it's like to compete in it.
I'll grab 110.
Rick, hold it.
Taking the big bounce.
Okay.
He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld. My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Spark class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying. And for me, it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation, and I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Zenith 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it and you learn from it and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
So that is the sport class. You saw a lot of the favorites in the class right now, and man, look at that separately. I'm sitting here. It's just a little bit after lunchtime, and look at all that delicious food being cooked up over there here in Gallatin. Nothing like a smoky grill to get you wishing you were stuffing your face with something delicious. So that's all going on. It's just practice, folks. We're not even geared up for competition yet here in Tennessee. And yeah, look at that. Oh, meat. I'm from Wisconsin. We like cheese and meat. So anyway, Travis Meyer in the chat saying, hey, Ryan, go Team Nebraska. A lot of Nebraskans in the sport class, actually. Pat McIntyre, well, by a lot, I mean one. Pat McIntyre is from Lincoln, Nebraska. He's going to be in the second heat of the sport class practice today. Other folks from Team Nebraska, though, Scott Sweet is going to be in the backcountry class. He's from Hyannis, Nebraska. And Glenn Roberts, who's a Bellevue, Nebraskan. Let me just scan through. We got any other Nebraskans? Oh, John McCardle, of course. We've got to talk about John McCardle, the shirtless wonder, Omaha, Nebraska. Rick Boardman from Henderson, Nebraska. And Jeff Daly, of course. We can't forget Jeff Daly, going to be flying that Badlands Traveler here from Arthur, Nebraska. Lots of Nebraskans fighting it out. Music City STOL 2024. Couple things we should talk about as we finish getting this runway reconfigured for you. Don't forget that this is the penultimate event of the season. Lone Star STOL and the National Finals kicking off in Sulphur Springs, Texas in just a few weeks. We're going to have practice October 31st. November 1st is going to be Lone Star STOL, and November 2nd, the National STOL 2024 Finals. Again, in Sulphur Springs, Texas, hosted by our good friends at Legend Aircraft Company. Lone Star, again, a regular season event, open to all pilots with one set of annual points up for grabs. And the finals on Saturday, where the top pilots will compete to get that championship trophy. Those trophies to the annual champions actually going to be provided by Red Tag Art, one of our season sponsors. Make sure you check out Red Tag Art. They take decommissioned, red-tagged aviation items, things like taxiway lights or chunks of aircraft that are no longer in service, and they actually make beautiful art from it. Everything from, we've seen the taxiway lights as an example turn into candles. We've also seen them turned into METAR, like the weather observation lights. Can tell you what the weather conditions are out, so you don't have to open your window. You just look right at your little Red Tag Art thing. So big thank you to them. Again, those trophies going to the national champions in Sulphur Springs, Texas. The top 5 points leaders in each class will be invited to compete for that final set of points to determine the champions. And, of course, 2025 just around the corner. Schedule is in progress now. We're going to hopefully announce that in December. So go to nationalstol.com or follow us on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. Check us out on Instagram, and you'll get all of that information on the 2025 season. Now, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. Now that the runway is flip-flopped, flippity-floppity runway action done, it's time to kick off practice here in 2024 here at Music City STOL. And we'll be introducing these pilots to you momentarily, but I think the takeaway, if you're new here, if you're new to National STOL, is look at how light and small these aircraft are. Typically 2-seat aircraft. You've got the 2012 World Aircraft Vision that's hanging out in front of the broadcast booth right now. That's 2 seats side by side. And now you've got something like the Ranza 7 taxiing in front of you as well. That's 2-seat front to back, or what we call an aviation tandem. And up first, right in front of you folks, in race number 69, 2012 World Aircraft Company Sentinel Vision called Miss America from Burlington, Wisconsin. Give it up for Gary Varga. And they can hear you in the aircraft, folks, especially some of these lighter airplanes. And this is great, by the way. Look at my view. My view from the broadcast show is great. I'm getting a real close-up view of these aircraft as they taxi down the hill here to show themselves off to you. Next up in race number 98, that red and white 2009 Rans S7 from Lewisburg, Kansas. Give it up for Brandon Rice. In race number 26, a 2021 Just Aircraft Super STOL from Linden, Tennessee, just down the road or over the river and through the woods. Everyone give it up for Chris Grewan. Chris is from Stolit Aircraft. StolitAircraft.com, one of the local sponsors we'll be hearing more about later today. And rounding out this heat in the sport class, it's race 32. A 2010 Zenith 750 STOL from Gulf Breeze, Florida. Give it up for Sheldon Hetherington. And that aircraft called Redbird. And I still got to talk to Sheldon about that because there is some red on it. There's not a ton of red on it. Well, so great to have Sheldon back in action in the series in his Zenith STOL. You'll notice as he taxis by you there, it's got a brand new rudder. He was working to get more and more competitive, and he said, I'm running out of rudder authority, so let's put a bigger one on it. So he called up Zenith, and they hooked him up with a bigger rudder, assembled that thing, bolted it on the back, good as new. He's got to paint it still, but he's testing it out here in practice today. Green flag from race control. Airboss is clearing the airspace for us. Gary Varga on the line in that 2012 Sentinel Vision. This is an aircraft that can fly exceptionally slow. Getting it right up to the line. Lexi's marshaling him in. Gotta make sure it's super accurate there. Wind's still pretty calm. And actually looking like a little bit of a very slight quartering tailwind for Gary Varga now that we've got this runway flipped. He's on the roll. It's the first takeoff. Good and off the ground. Practice here at Music City STOL is underway. Brandon Rice, 2009 Rans S7 from Lewisburg, Kansas. This aircraft powered by the same engine as the one you just saw, Rotex 912, 100 horsepower. Getting that tail up nice and high. He's going to yank back, and he's floating off the ground. So if I put my Coach Ryan hat on, my backseat driver hat, my backseat pilot hat on, Brandon could have probably pulled a little bit sooner. He probably could have gotten the thing off just a little bit shorter. You could see how easily it leapt into the air. The tail didn't even fully hit the ground as he pulled back. So as he gets ready for his next run of practice, you'll see him probably pull a little bit sooner. Here's Chris Grewan now in that 2021 Super STOL. Very iconic with those spread out, huge gear legs. A little more horsepower on that aircraft than the other two, off a little bit over 200 feet down the runway. Time for Sheldon in the other tri-gear. When we talk about tri-gear, that's the 3 landing gear. You got the small wheel in the front. Measuring from those mains. Here he is on the roll, full throttle. Pulling way back, way back. Wow. Okay, Sheldon is going to ease off that deck angle. Keep it in what we call ground effect. When aircraft are close to the ground, you get a little cushion of lift. And here's Gary Varga now slipping it in, trying to bleed off that altitude. And he's going to be quite long, touching down around the 250, 275 foot mark, and he's going to roll it right out since it's just practice. You saw him doing, it's such a fun maneuver to do in your airplane, trying to slip it where you cross control the aircraft. What that means is you've got the, I'm literally acting it out as I try to describe it to you here in the booth. You put in, let's say, right aileron, and you put in a big old boot, a left rudder, and it makes the airplane fly kind of off kilter. It slips, if you will, through the air, and it creates a lot more drag, kills some lift over the wings as well, help you get down a little bit easier. Here's Brandon Rice. Rans S7, good over the line, dropping again, nice, keeping that stick full back. Nothing too crazy from a braking perspective. He is down and good to go. Next up will be Chris Grewan in the Super STOL, who's in the pattern right now. You see him turning right. He's off to your left, folks, in the crowd. He just turned right base to final. Getting it all lined up there on the runway. Those big old tires hanging down. Just floating it in. Good over the line for Mr. Grewan. Now he's going to be heavy on the brakes. Notice he keeps that stick full back, that elevator. The elevator is the control surface on the back of the airplane that, you guessed it, it controls pitch. It elevates the aircraft, right? When you land, once you touch down, if you can keep that stick or that yoke back, not only does it, on the tail dragger models, help with braking action, it also provides a little aerodynamic drag. Aerodynamic braking. Here's Sheldon Hetherington now working that brand new rudder left and right. Good over the line. Getting it settled down. He's going to get heavy on those brakes. There we go. Kicking up a little dirt. He could get even heavier on him, I think. Stopping right in front of the booth. 300 plus for Sheldon Hetherington. And as they get ready for the next run of practice in this first heat of sport class, let me show you where folks are ending up. Brandon Rice, currently with the shortest combined score of the afternoon with 373 feet combined. Christian Grewan in the Super STOL in second place if this were competition with 408. Sheldon Hetherington with 498. And Gary Varga with 605. So going to see that dialing in together a little bit as we go into the next run of practice. Don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot. nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote. I want to say hi to a few folks in the chat. Thanks for joining us for practice today. Katrina in the chat saying, woo, go Gary. I run race number 69 in STOL. STOL we'll talk about a little bit later. It's the flight sim, the electronic version of this very same competition. Denny Rowe saying, have fun and be safe, everyone. sorry, I'm done for the season. A bummer that you can't continue to join us, but thank you very much for that shout out. And Katrina, by the way, saying hi. She's from Devon in the UK. Ray Powell also tuning in from Great Britain in Berwick-upon-Tweed, which is probably the coolest name of a place. And Colin Kaniva in the chat, who couldn't make it. He's one of our heavy-hitting competitors. You've seen him on Old Green Plain, things like that. Okay, here we go. Second run of practice. Gary Varga. Let's take a look and see what the judges say about that one. As Brandon Rice, currently the shortest takeoff with 173 feet. Gary Vargas, that was a longer one for him. We do have a little bit of wind on the tail again. We've got some variable winds here today in Gallatin. We might have a little bit of a push behind him now in this tailwind situation. Here's Brandon Rice getting that tail up, working that rudder, pulling back way earlier. And now the porridge is too hot. The first run, the porridge is too cold. The second one, not quite timed exactly right yet. You can just tell the plane didn't leap off into the air. He pulled way sooner. And I think we'll see he got off sooner, but still not perfectly timed. Yeah, he did get off sooner. 165 feet down from 173 on the takeoff roll. Christian Grewan now. Chris Grewan, best takeoff of practice so far, 210 feet. Given that Rotax 915, all the beans, and timed very well for Christian Grewan. It came off exactly when he pulled back. Maybe go even sooner. I don't know. Just the armchair pilot sitting in the booth right now. There's Sheldon Hetherington. Now he's in the Zenith. He's got over 600 hours of flight time. Once he's picked up speed, he's going to climb right out of ground effect there, well above it now. And and see what this one ends up being. A little bit over 300 feet. Boom, got it, thumbs up. That big old good old staying down. Now he's got to modulate the brakes just right to keep now. Chris Grewan, low and to your left, battling that tailwind a little bit. Way flaps. They're calling it a scratch. Lexi He's calling that one a scratch for Chris Graham, and he's going to get on the brakes anyway. You can't. The tail draggers have going for him. You can put that tail wheel down before the line. Now he's going to be heavy on those brakes. There we go, Sheldon. He's working that aerodynamic braking. He's getting heavy on those brakes. Working those golf carts. They can hear you in the cockpit. So let's get you some scores. Right. A little bit longer that time with 385 up from 373. Gary Varga a little bit longer that time. 620 up from 605. Sheldon Hetherington. And right now we're going to hold for just a second. We've got a aircraft departing here at X-Ray November X-Ray.
Looking for a more dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to
His thin layer of fog. It kind of just floats away.
At Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida, teach you your new today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product, that value the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before. Installation ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Arrowheads continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Arrowheads serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Arrowheads is redefining the expectations.
And welcome back, everybody, to Gallatin, Tennessee. We're here at practice for Music City STOL 2024. My name's Ryan Dombrowski, and I'm going to guide you through practice like no one's ever guided you through practice before. We are having a heck of a time keeping the runway aligned, because guess what? We can't move the runway, but we can flip-flop at 180 degrees. Keeping that runway aligned with the wind. Winds are variable today here in Tennessee. And you always want to be flying out of that windsock. And we were just flying into it during the last run of sport class practice. We are in the middle of the first heat of sport class practice today here in Tennessee. These are the light aircraft. And boy, if you aren't excited already, it's going to get a little silly in the next heat. We're going to be shifting to Nick Ardillo in that Carbon Cub, Dave Curley in the aircraft known as the Grasshopper, powered by an Edge Performance EFI supercharged thing. You're going to see Lee Boyd fighting in that Carbon Cub. Eddie Sanchez rocking some Yamaha Sidewinder turbo action. And the one that used to be a rookie just a year or two ago, Pat McIntyre, now continuing to try to defend his lead in Iran's S7. So we'll talk more about that cadre of elite super STOL pilots in a minute. But first, let's get back to where we're at in practice right now. So far, Brandon Rice in the red and white S7 with the shortest combined score of practice today with 373 feet. Next closest, Chris Grewan, STOL aircraft. Combined score of 408. Sheldon Hetherington holding it down at 498, and Gary Varga 605. Now, we talk a lot about insane numbers in National STOL. We've seen aircraft this season. I think the shortest I've seen takeoff-wise was Jeff Daly. Someone's going to correct me in the comments. There's been a lot of landings and takeoffs, folks, over the last, this is the 9th event of the season. I've seen a lot of landings and takeoffs, but the one that sticks out to me is Moses Lake. We saw that Badlands Traveler take off in, I think, 15 feet or 16 feet. Green flag now for our sport class. Previous seasons, we've seen unlimited class airplanes take off in 6 feet. Steve Henry did that in one of his Yeehaw aircraft in Somerton, Arizona a couple of years back. We don't have that kind of wind today here in practice. We need some wind on the nose to make that happen. And we'll see what we can do as the day warms up. Maybe we'll get a little more wind on the nose. Sport class ready to go now. Gary Varga on the line. Lexi Duncan saying, Gary, hi again. Come over here and park yourself on this line. Full throttle for Gary Varga and Miss America. Getting it up to speed. yank it back, touching that tail on the turf. Gary likes the runway flip-flop, I think. Okay, Brandon Rice. Getting ready to go, and I heard on the radio 189 feet for Gary Varga. That's a massive improvement for him. Brandon Rice, best takeoff was his last run, 165, but his takeoff was a little bit, or landing, excuse me. His landing was a little bit longer. Chris Grewan ready to go on the line in that Super STOL. Look at all the modifications that airplane has to be competitive in the STOL circuit. It's got slats on the front. That's that extra little chunk of metal on the front. It helps the air stay connected to the wing as it goes over the wing, particularly at high angle of attack. Big flaps, big tires. Giving it the juice, putting his tail up and down a little early, but he is off. Chris Grewan off the ground in the Super STOL. Look at that vertical there. Nice deck angle, Chris. Brandon Rice in his takeoff, by the way, 127 feet. Chris Grewan a little bit longer, actually. Maybe pulled, I don't know. I don't know if it was too soon or too late, but now he's down to 220 that round. Sheldon Hetherington in Redbird, getting the flaps in position. And he's going to get it running up. Tail down. Not as aggressive as Gary, but look at how well that aircraft came off the ground for Sheldon Hetherington. His best takeoff so far today, 178, 210 in the tailwind. Let's see what. There we go. A big improvement for Sheldon Hetherington, down to 169. That's going to be, in terms of competitors, the second best takeoff, best one right now, Brandon Rice with 127. Gary Varga coming around the bend. Look at those beautiful Tennessee trees behind him. A little bit of slipping action for Gary Varga to get back on glide slope. Now he's got to hold it off with power. Hold it off. He's good over the line. Heavy on the brakes. Engaging the binders. Getting it stopped. Gary Varga's takeoff was his best, and guess what? His landing was his best as well. Combined score of 386 here in practice. That's almost he almost halved his performance from the first two runs. Now we're watching Brandon Rice floating in there in the S7. Modulating that throttle. Good over the line. Nice one. Lexi liked it. She was like, yes! Came in nice and short. Look at that. Somewhere around the 140, 135 mark. And taxiing off with style. Love watching Brandon Rice fly. Okay, next up is going to be Chris Grewan in the Super STOL. One of your local folks from Linden, Tennessee, flew in yesterday. He said, boy, I sure am tired from that flight. He was being a little sarcastic. Floating it in the Super STOL. A lot of flap on that airplane. You can see them drop down. The flaps are those inboard control surfaces that you can see right there, kind of dropping down from the wing. They increase drag on the airplane, but they also increase lift. So can come in a better descent rate. And just short for Chris Grewan. That second scratch, and that's actually Chris is the only one who's scratched so far in practice. Just short there for him. So that run will not count, but again, it's practice, so who cares? Curious here, so I'm using my internet device. So by car, it would be a fair amount of a drive to go from Linden to Gallatin, but in the air, it's a short flight over those mountains for Chris. And look, Sheldon Hetherington now. Nose nice and high. Visibility is going to be harder for him at that deck angle. That's something that all STOL pilots have to deal with. Big burst of throttle to get it over the line. He's good over the line, though. And now he's just got to get it stopped. When you add that throttle to save yourself from a scratch, you do have more energy to dissipate with your big old brakes. And in this case, those golf cart tires. So that's going to wrap up the first heat of sport class practice here at Music City STOL. Brandon Rice with the best combined score so far today, 266 feet combined. Sheldon Hetherington bringing it out at the end, 332 combined. Gary Varga in third place, 386, and that one of one, by the way, very rare aircraft. And Christian Griwan with 408 on his first run and 2 scratches. Let's actually go to Gary Varga right now. Colonel Matt Peterson's ready to interview.
Hey everybody, I'm Colonel Uncle Matthew. I'm here with Gary Varga. Now Gary, you just finished your practice runs. It's here Friday, the practice day for the National STOL Series event, Music City STOL, here in Gallatin, Tennessee. Now Gary, how did you feel about that last run?
Oh, that last run felt real good. We had a good headwind coming in, and I was able to put it in less than 200 feet, and I got a real good takeoff on there too. I believe that was about 175. I'm not sure. I'm waiting to see the scores.
Okay, yeah. So these guys don't know the scores when they come in, but always constantly improving. We've been watching you ever since Sodbusters 2 years ago. You've really come a long way.
Oh, thank you. You know, every event I come to, I just talk to more of the pilots, get some great flying advice. I watch their styles and just constantly improving and trying to make myself a safer pilot by being able to dial it in and hit that point every time.
Outstanding. A great message for all pilots. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Colonel Uncle Matt Peterson in the pits there. You're going to watch him fly a little bit later today. We are gearing up for the second heat of the sport class here in Gallatin, Tennessee. We're going to introduce you to him in just a second. Look at that. Right in front of you there is Nick Ardillo. That's a 2014 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub from Dallas, Texas. 15,000 total flying hours. He's an airline pilot. Give it up for race 68, Nick Ardillo. Nick gave me a ride in that Carbon Cub of his last time. Last time we were at Music City. Flying around the Tennessee sunsets. Next up, in race number 11, it's a 2016 Just Aircraft Highlander called the Grasshopper from Spicewood, Texas. Dave Curley, no stranger to the podium in the Grasshopper. We've seen him drop some wins. Next up, in race 219 from Appleton, Tennessee, in a 2012 Carbon Cub. Get it for Lee Boyd. Lee Boyd has been competing in STOL competitions for just a little, I think around a year now. Aircraft has a pair of 31-inch Alaskan bush tires. He's got those Acme Aero shocks on it. Empty weight of 920 pounds. Says he enjoys the camaraderie and fun atmosphere of National STOL. Next up, in race number 48 from Willis, Texas, in a 2023 Just Aircraft Highlander, give it up for Eddie Sanchez. Eddie's a Boeing 777 captain. This aircraft is called Devil Girl 2. You're going to understand why when she takes off. Powered by a Yamaha 998 Turbo. Woo! Little jet departure action to break it up here. Next up, last but certainly not least, we're going to go on board with him as well. If you're watching the stream from Lincoln, Nebraska, race number 40, 2006 Rans S7. Give it up for Pat McIntyre. Pat's a part-time vet, part-time professional pilot. He's a flight instructor. Got 2 teenage boys. All around good dude. And he has been one to watch in the season standings. He's been working on that airplane, modifying it throughout the years. Now powered by a Rotax 914, putting out 155 horsepower. It's got those Acme shocks, Badlands STOL cuff, 29-inch Airstreaks. All of these competitors now that are getting ready to practice are ones to watch. They've all had wins over the last couple years. They are not messing around. Nick Ardillo now, number 68. 300 hours of tailwheel time, but 15,000 plus total flying hours. Let's see what he does in practice here today. Look at that nice, healthy wind on the nose. I think the first heat folks are probably a little jealous of that. Waiting on the air boss's permission to go. Nick Ardillo, poised and ready. There we go. Nick Ardillo, Titan 180 horsepower, off nice and short. Judges walking a little bit closer to the line now. Dave Curley gonna hop off the grass in the grasshopper, he hopes. From Spicewood, Texas. 26-inch tires, a little bit smaller than what you might see. Not as small as the golf cart ones from last heat. Dave Curley getting that nose down in the grass. And look at how short. It almost looked graceful. Graceful takeoff in practice here for David Curley. He is one to watch. Lee Boyd, another one coming for the likes of Pat and Eddie. Maybe the most beautifully painted aircraft you'll see. 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, again from Appleton, Tennessee. Full beans. Look at that, short for Lee Boyd, knows exactly when to pull it back. Eddie Sanchez coming up to the line right now. This airplane's going to sound a little different. It's got a Yamaha motor in it, the 998T Sidewinder Turbo, putting out 270 horsepower. And look how short Eddie Sanchez is off. I mean, honestly, that might be unlimited class performance on a day like today. Here comes Pat McIntyre from Lincoln, Nebraska in the S7. Now, back to a Rotax-powered aircraft. This is a 914, again, with 155 horsepower. He's waiting for the air bosses to say, Pat, Give it the juice. Getting that tail nice and high. We're on board with Pat right now. Watch the flap engagement. Boom. Right as he pulls back, he gives a little dose of flaps. See what I did there? Because he's a vet. He gave it a dose of flaps. Gives it some flaps to get a little extra lift popping off the ground for Pat McIntyre. Let's look at those takeoff scores. Nick Ardillo with 106 feet. Coming in on landing approach now. Short final over the short grass. Good over the line. Gave up maybe a plane length. A carbon cub length from the line, but he got it stopped. It's like the somewhere between one. The parallax is hard from the booth. Somewhere between 150 and 200 feet away for the score to come in for Nick Ardillo. Here's Dave Curley. Low and to your right over the grass here at Music City Executive. And Nick Ardillo's scores are in now with a combined score of 269. Modulating the power for Dave Curley. Nailed it on the landing. Now he's just got to get it stopped. Look at that nice short landing for Dave Curley. He had a 94-foot takeoff. $110-foot landing for Dave Curley. Combined score of 204. That's going to be the shortest of today, folks. You just saw it right in front of you. Now, Lee Boyd coming in. 89-foot takeoff for Lee Boyd. Tied with Pat McIntyre, actually, for takeoff distance. Only one shorter. Eddie Sanchez was 72 feet. Very stable approach for Lee Boyd. Little burst of power, and he's going to hold it off. And a scratch for Lee Boyd. I jinxed it. I said it was a stable approach, but he came in a little too short. You saw him give that power to it, but it just wasn't enough. Too far behind the power curve, too late to be able to hold it off, even without those horsepower for Lee Boyd. So that 89-foot takeoff, if this were competition, it's just gone. Remember, we're only combining the takeoff and landing scores of an individual run, so you don't get to pick and choose your best one. You got to take what you make. All right. Eddie Sanchez. A little bit of burble he's working on. A lot more power in this airplane. Working that throttle. Whoa! Look at that accuracy on the line for Eddie Sanchez. That was one for the books. 72-foot takeoff combined with a 106-foot landing. That's a combined score of 178 feet. That's the best of practice so far. David Curley next closest with 204, but don't underestimate Pat McIntyre. There we are on board with him now. Coming in over the grass. Little flappy-dappy action. A little bit of a balloon there for him. He's going to ride it out. Gave up about 2 plane lengths before touching down, but still down short. Look at how short Pat can get that thing stopped. If he had touched down on the line, he'd probably be 25 to 50 feet closer to the line there. So just an accuracy thing Pat's going to work on in practice today. And now I'm just getting word in my ear that we've got another interview we can do down in the pits. The Colonel, Matt Peterson, standing next to Redbird with Sheldon Hetherington.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Sheldon Hetherington. So what did you think about the decision to switch the runway?
Very glad that happened because it needed to happen. It was probably 8 knots on the tail.
And that was kind of giving y'all some challenges, but I saw that you made one of your best landings yet. once the runway got switched.
Yeah, once it got switched, I was able to get subs 175, I think. So we'll see what the official score is, but I was happy with that one for sure.
Okay, great job by the National STOL crew. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Matt. Thanks, Sheldon. Yeah, you're right, Sheldon. Your best takeoff was your third one with 169 feet. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of the second heat of sport class practice here in Gallatin, Tennessee for Music City STOL, and we are seeing some great landings. Now that the wind is deciding to stay one direction, it's making things a little more competitive right now. Pat McIntyre taxiing past the booth. I made my own tongue twister up here. He's got a combined score of 216 feet. That's going to put him in third place if this were real. If this was tomorrow. Meanwhile, we got some big airplanes, wheels up aircraft coming in on the hard surface. Yeah, upjet. Wheels up. So they're going to taxi across the taxiway past our runway, and then will be time for more practice action. As a recap, Eddie Sanchez, combined score of 178. Here's Nick Ardillo taxiing for the line right now, combined score of 269. And Eddie, got to be happy with that. Working through some mechanical trouble at a few of the events this season. Here's Nick Ardillo now in the Carbon Cub, dropping those flaps, getting the tail nice and down, and then pushing that nose forward on the stick, getting that nose down, staying in ground effect till he's ready to climb out. Here's Dave Curley. Second place of the sport class practice right now, 204 feet combined in the Grasshopper. And it's interesting to compare, right? Chris Grewan in the previous heat, same type of aircraft, very different engine installation. Waiting for his score to come in. A little bit longer for Nick Ardillo when he was off in the Carbon Cub with 138. Dave Curley now. Let's get that score in as Lee Boyd, 180 feet. So significantly longer for Dave Curley. Lee Boyd now trying to take a bite out of it, but not quite ready to fly. And look at the windsock, folks. Look what it's doing. We don't have a tailwind, but we do have a light crosswind from the right for the pilots. So they're going to have to do a little crosswind correction on their takeoff, get some aileron into that crosswind. They're going to have to fight that a little bit, but more importantly, it's not on the nose. Here's Eddie Sanchez roaring to life. And that's going to be, I think, longer for Eddie Sanchez as well. His best takeoff, that first run, 72 feet. This one looked around 125. Pat McIntyre on board with him now from Lincoln, Nebraska. Tandem seating. It's like we're right behind him. Like we're sitting just right behind him as he gets ready to take off. This is what it would look like if you were in the cockpit with him, getting that nose nice and low, yanking those flaps, pulling back on that elevator, and he is airborne. There's Pat McIntyre in the S7, flying off into the wild blue yonder. Score for Eddie Sanchez comes in at 124 for the takeoff. Pat McIntyre actually shorter that time with 121 feet, but that his best takeoff, of course, that first run. Nick Ardillo right on the line. Lexi says, I don't know. Could be, couldn't be. Let's go to the replay to figure out if that was a scratch or not. Frame by frame, we'll see. And it looks like it touched down just before the line. So that'll be a scratch for Nick Ardillo as he taxis off the runway. Dave Curley. Good over the line. Coming in kind of hot. Wind back into a headwind, but so light. I mean, the windsock, you can't even tell. Our flag is doing a little bit of something. So the wind has just dropped out on these guys. Here comes Lee Boyd. Takeoff last run, 135. Or this run, excuse me, 135. Good. Oh, she's calling it good. I was so close. That's what he's looking for. You want to have that. You can't touch the paint. You can't touch the white line at all. You got to be just beyond it. So you want to cut it real close in terms of where you're putting that aircraft down. And I can hear the chainsaw-like sound. Yamaha over the line, tail down before it. Really great. Look at the squat of the gear for Eddie Sanchez. Down and stopped. That may have been the best landing for him. We'll see. Actually, 106 was his first run. Yep, 102. So still a longer run for Eddie Sanchez because he had less wind on the nose. I think that's fair to say. But that was his best landing of practice. Really clean. You saw that tail wheel touchdown right before the line. Pat McAteer floating it in, dropping it down. Oh, hold it, Pat. Right on the edge there, keeping it balanced, Pat McAteer. Woo! That was the second heat of Sport Class, second run, second heat, as the pilots taxi back for their last run of practice. And the way practice works for National STOL is we do it just like this in the heats, so everyone knows who they're following, what to look for tomorrow during competition. And then if there's time left, which there may not be today with all the runway changes we've had to do here in the Sport Class just in the beginning, then we open it up to open practice and anyone can go get some extra takeoffs and landings in. But right now, headed to the last run of practice for the second heat of Sport Class. Nick Ardillo ready on the line. Eddie Sanchez taxiing by the booth with his beautiful mustache. Pat McAteer coming past two in the S7. Make a little obstacle course for these guys on this one. Past the flag, around the cone. Here's Nick Ardillo keeping that tail low. Here it comes up. Grabbing it and off. Nice and clean. And he is not afraid to pull on that stick. Maybe have a little more wind on the nose this run. We'll see. David Curley. Maybe a little early for the wind. You saw the tires stuck to the ground a little bit longer than he probably wanted to. Nick Ardillo's takeoff, if we're using that as a barometer, is just between kind of the middle child of his takeoffs and landings. Same thing for Dave Curley. We're seeing right in the middle of that first run and their second run in terms of scores. Lee Boyd dropping those flaps like they're hot. Eddie Sanchez waiting. Notice he's got those slats on the front of the wing. We've seen those earlier today. Man, that plane is angry. Here it goes. Whoa, okay. All right. What was that? Eddie Sanchez just giving it full gusto, full power, full beans, full coffee, whatever. 98 feet in minimal wind. His best takeoff was 72 feet. So he's back sub 100 for Eddie Sanchez on that practice takeoff. Pat McIntyre waiting on the line. And off real short for Pat McIntyre. I couldn't even react. Timed it almost exactly perfectly. You can tell him that tail comes down if the mains come off right away. Right as it hits the ground, it's timed just perfectly. So good one for Pat McIntyre there as he enters the traffic pattern. Nick Ardillo low and to your right. Good on the line for Nick Ardillo. That was textbook. If that were a carrier, that would have been a 3-wire. Look at that one for Nick Ardillo. Real clean. David Curley down, looking for the flag action, and that was a scratch for him, just a little short. Eddie Sanchez right now, first place of Sport Heat, followed by David Curley, followed by Pat McIntyre. Those are your top three, the second heat of sport practice, really cleaning it up. Lee Boyd in that beautiful blue aircraft, skimming over the grass here, coming in. Did have a scratch his first run. A little bit of throttle, and a scratch again for Lee Boyd in practice. It's so hard once the plane is decided it's going to land and you're that low and that slow, right? We're trying to control our altitude with our throttle, and if you get back behind the power curve there, you don't have enough engine, enough horsepower to keep it off the ground, and it was close there for Lee Boyd, but not close enough. Eddie Sanchez in the Devil Girl. Working that throttle. You can hear him working it. Oh, yes, over the line. So he's got the horsepower to do it. Gave it a little burst. And up and over the line for Eddie Sanchez. And rounding out sport class practice for Music City STOL, Pat McIntyre holding it off over the grass. Little burst of power, get it like maybe a foot. He touched down maybe a foot or two beyond the line. And look at how short. Pat knows how to work that aggressive braking action. He always gets it right on the edge where the tail wants to go maybe a little too high. And he always gets that right under control. The other thing is you look at this replay right now, not about passenger comfort for Pat McIntyre. He's going to make those shocks do some work there. We see it again just over the line, squatting down heavy on the mains. And let's get you some recap scores before we head to a break here at Music City STOL. Second heat of sport class practice. Shortest combined was Eddie Sanchez's first run, 178 feet combined. David Curley with 204. Pat McIntyre with 216. Nick Ardillo with 259. Interestingly enough, everyone else got their shortest score on that first run, and Nick Ardillo shaving off the distance on that third one. So some good improvement for Nick Ardillo there. The truth is, it's anyone's game tomorrow, especially if you look at Brandon Rice, who was on the pole before we headed into that second heat, and we haven't even seen Dakota Hudak, who's still traveling in for the event. So we'll see what happens in sport class. Stay tuned. There's going to be more wonderful STOL practice action. We're headed up into the backcountry class after a word from our sponsors.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these Flying Eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying Eyes. Awesome glasses.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights.
Thank you to our local sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Volunteer State Bank, proud to bring an enriching banking experience to the people of Middle Tennessee since 1977. Brower, assistance and strategic solutions for the design, implementation, and support of your entire material handling system. Gallatin, Tennessee, true success, amazing opportunity. Sumner County, Tennessee, an escape away from city life, but it's just minutes from Nashville. Visit SumnerTN.com. Big Studio Group. Let's do big things together. Flight Solutions, providing an atmosphere focused on customer service, safety, and privacy since day one. Rogers Group, building communities from the ground up. STOL Aircraft, aircraft builder assist for just aircraft and newly Bearhawk aircraft. Main Street Media of Tennessee, providing readers with unique local news and information, helping them live better lives. Garver, a multidisciplined engineering, planning, and environmental services firm. Jet Access, safe, cost-effective, uncomplicated, and comfortable. We are everything in private aviation.
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has that Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all three of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, two of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
And we are back here in Gallatin, Tennessee. If you're just tuning in or joining us in the crowd, welcome to Music City STOL 2024. I'm your host, Ryan Dombrowski, and we are having some fun short takeoff and landing action today on this beautiful day. Could use a little more wind for some shorter STOL scores. And we are getting ready to go here. Look at who we've got standing by in this first heat of the backcountry class. Jeff Harrell, race number 19, 2016 American Champion Scout from Oak Grove, Louisiana. Again, give it up for Jeff Harrell. Next up, basically flying the granddad or grandma of the airplane you just saw. It's a 1979 Bellanca Decathlon. This is an aerobatic airplane from Gallatin, Tennessee. Give it up for race 504, Anthony Lee. Tomorrow in competition, you're going to see a few other airplanes compete. Matt Peterson, the Colonel, is going to be competing in his 1957 Cessna 172. He's from Ethel, Louisiana. And we should hopefully have Ben Lehman as well. 1950 Cessna 140A. Speaking of Matt Peterson, instead of being in his plane right now, he's talking to none other than Pat McIntyre.
Hey, Ryan, I'm here with Pat. And Pat, so let's talk about low density altitude and float.
Yeah, I've been flying back at home. It's been real hot. We've had high density altitude, and it's not real hot today. The DA's not high, and one thing we don't think a lot about, when there's better air, the planes will float a little bit. We're trying to get them real slow, and I just wasn't getting my plane slow enough, so I was just floating a bit, more than I'm used to.
Well, that's just an adjustment you'll be making tomorrow, right?
Well, let's hope.
So, big thanks to the city of Gallatin for this beautiful weather today. The weather's too nice. We can put that on record. Back to you.
Too nice of weather? I don't think I've heard that all season. And yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Pat, for jumping on the mic there. We're getting ready to go with the first two pilots. Going to do this quick first heat of backcountry class. Jeff Harrell has got the green flag. He's going to taxi up in race 19. He's a crop duster with Plunkett Aviation. Normally flies an Air Tractor 602. 700 hours of flight per season in that aircraft. Taking off between, it says here, typically takes off and lands 20-plus times a day. 180 horsepower in this beast. Getting it all figured out. And she does not want to fly yet. There she goes. All right, get that nose down. Get it back into ground effect. And we are smooth operating. Okay, now the Bellanca, the Decathlon, the precursor to the Scout. Very similar airframe. American Champion now making that same basic model. This is an aerobatic airplane. You can do loops and rolls and all sorts of stuff in it. Maybe not the best wing for STOL action, but I've been wrong before. Anthony Lee now started flying in his 1980s. In the 1980s, he's a certified flight instructor. also a mechanic, 3,200 plus hours. Here he goes in the decathlon, getting up some speed into the long grass now, and he is off. And again, we talked at the front of the broadcast, if your plane is not off the ground before that longer grass, that is going to eat into your distance. In your pilot operating handbook, for a lot of aircraft, they'll actually give you takeoff distances based on a specific length of grass. We got longer grass, it's going to slow you down a bit more. All right, Jeff Harrell now getting ready to come around the bend. You see him in the traffic pattern there. Again, Jeff Harrell turning base to final now in that 2016 American Champion Scout. Aircraft's got 180 horsepower, 31-inch Alaskan Bush tires. It's got VGs on the wing. Vortex generators is what that stands for. They're little, when the airplane comes by now, you'll see it at the front of the leading edge of the wing there. Little kind of like metal tabs that actually, when they're angled and positioned in the right place, help the wind, apparent wind, stay adhered to the wing. I looked over at Lexi. Lexi looked at me and she said, I don't know. I don't know if it was a scratch or not. It was close for sure. We'll have to go to replay to get that one figured out for Jeff Harrell. Touching the tail wheel down before, that's not a problem. We're going frame by frame. Judges are looking at it in the booth. And they're going to call that a scratch. You can see there the dirt getting kicked up before the line. So not on the board yet in practice for Jeff Harrell. Anthony Lee now in the decathlon. Look at the approach speed this airplane has. Sailing over the line. He's got to get heavy on those brakes. He's got that stick full back in his lap, trying to keep everything slowed down. And, of course, the longer grass will help there at the end. That wing is designed to go upside down, fly that aircraft inverted. It's not necessarily designed for slow, controlled flight into short takeoff and landing places. Now, I say that. But here's the other thing about this. You are seeing aircraft performing at the highest level of their performance. Any of these airplanes would be able to land at some of the more classic backcountry strips, right? Talking about places like Johnson Creek, things like that. And thanks to Jeff Harrell for bringing all the grass into the booth just then. That was kind of funny. A little shower of cut grass in the broadcast booth there. Here comes the decathlon, piloted by Anthony Lee. Rocking that flighthelmet.com helmet that has been provided to make sure everyone's safe if they don't have a helmet of their own. Jeff Harrell rolling over the grass, pulling back. Not a lot of wind helping these gentlemen out in this first heat of the backcountry class. Windsock looks absolutely dead. Flags looking absolutely dead. Just no joy in the wind today. We're going to see what this decathlon can do for round two. Anthony Lee with 400 plus both runs. And a DQ for Jeff Harrell. And I'm joined now in the booth by Pat McIntyre. Hey, Pat.
Hey, Ryan. How are you?
Good, man. It's good to have you here. You said the weather was too good out there.
Yeah, too good.
So here goes Anthony Lee in the decathlon. Do you have any decathlon time?
Yeah, I used to own a decathlon. I've probably got 400 or 500 hours in decathlons. They're great. You know, I wanted to come talk to you because I'm watching these two planes. And This is proof that you can fly STOL in any plane you have. These are not traditional, I'm going to just kill it in STOL type airplanes. This is, a decathlon doesn't even have flaps, made for aerobatics, but he's out here. He's doing great, having a great time, probably building skills doing it. I love it. I love seeing planes like this out here flying.
Yeah, and I was talking a little bit, it's like not what you would think about from a competition standpoint, but it is definitely like fun to watch. Any tips for someone flying a decathlon in a STOL competition?
No, I don't think I could do nearly as well as he's doing. I'd want tips from Anthony, actually. Yeah.
You can bring it, you could do upside down stuff.
Yeah, you come in inverted. Yeah, that's for the air show guys, not for us mere mortals.
So they're coming around the pattern right now, and we've saw, let's see, an improvement in Jeff Harrell's takeoff from 367 down to 315. Anthony Lee still with that 400-foot takeoff. I was talking a little bit about the grass. Like, it gets longer there, so poor Anthony's wings maybe not doing as much lift as the heavy STOL aircraft, and then he gets into that taller grass, and that's working
more
against
drag
him too.
Yeah, more drag. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a shorter course here this weekend, just what they've mowed at least. So, a plane like that without flaps, or some of these heavy touring guys later, like, oh, here we come. Get over the line. Riding those brakes. Oh, that's textbook.
And I wanted, it's you, and I hope you don't mind me saying this. I was well, you probably heard me because I was in your on-camera feed. You do a really good job when you're flying your S7 of riding that edge, just on the edge of the tail being like a little too high where I get uncomfortable. You're like, where you dial it in. How do you learn how to do that, to modulate those brakes exactly right like that?
Yeah, okay, I think we got a plane coming in. My advice to anybody is you learn that sort of skill slowly over time. Here we come. It's the decathlon.
Yeah, Anthony Lee in the decathlon now.
Holding it off, right over the line. That's good. And without flaps, it's much harder it's impossible to get this plane as slow. So he's going to be faster coming over the line, so a longer landing. But, I don't know what that was, 350, 400 feet. That's awesome. 400, yeah, that's great. No flaps, airplane that's built to go upside down. That's amazing. He's flying the heck out of it.
Well, and I want to put in perspective for people, too. I fly a 172. Like a Cessna 172, like your classic general aviation aircraft. That is an aircraft that I haven't measured lately, but I don't think I'm doing 400-foot takeoffs and landings in a 172.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ryan. We come to these competitions and we watch Eddie Sanchez rip it off the ground and land crazy short, and whew, they're blowing their prop blast at us. And all these amazing planes, and you can come here and lose perspective. 400 feet is amazing. There's not very many pilots in the world that are taking off and landing any airplane in that distance, let alone a plane that's really not designed to do it. So here we go with the Scout. Getting that tail up.
He's not afraid to slam that tail down.
Yeah, but a drug. Just didn't want to go.
Yeah. Well, so my non-STOL pilot, I sit in the booth all the time and watch you guys do this. He's pulling just a little early.
Yeah, that was early because the mains didn't lift. They just drug. So when he pulls back and it's too early, that's creating drag. So if the plane's doesn't have enough energy to fly, now you actually delay your liftoff with more drag. And so if you pull a little early, your takeoff distance actually gets longer than if you could just delay it a little bit and pull at the right time, then you would take off shorter. But in the cockpit, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between when it lifts off just correctly versus kind of drags on the ground. If you do it right, it's almost impossible to tell the difference. If it launches in the air, that was a little too late. You gave up a little distance that way.
Here comes Anthony Lee now in the decathlon. No flaps helping him, no extra lift on that wing. Into the tall grass and off.
Yeah, off before the paved taxiway there.
So a question we have for you, Pat, is do you debrief these competitions? Do you go back and watch all that footage after every competition to see what you can do better every time?
Absolutely. I think it's really helpful to watch my takeoffs and landings and see what I'm actually doing. In my mind, I kind of have a mental picture of here's what I did, here's how I did it. So even today, like when I get done, with my day, I'm going to watch my practice runs today to try and give myself some pointers. Like, okay, I think I did this, but then when I watch the footage, like, oh, well, I didn't really do that. And it helps me a ton. After the last competition, I went back to watch my competition runs from Saturday, and I reached out to Tom. I said, hey, you had my in-cockpit view on the stream, but you didn't have my outside the plane view. In-cockpit doesn't help me get
You're
any better.
in the cockpit.
I saw that. It wasn't very good. So he sent me the footage he had. He was great. He emailed it to me like right away, too. He's awesome. And so that helps me because then I go, oh, okay, I thought I was doing this, but I was really doing that. And I always encourage any of the new pilots I meet. I'm like, watch your footage. Because you think you know. You think, oh, I look like Eddie Sanchez out there. And then you watch and you realize, well, I'm probably a little more mortal than him, and maybe I need more practice, right?
And a scratch there for Jeff Harrell there. He's holding up. He is not afraid to get that tail just down so low. So big deck angles, big angle of attack in that final approach for him, but not enough to get it over the line with a scratch on his third run.
And that's such a big, heavy airplane. When you're that low and that slow, it's really hard to hold it off the ground. If he touches the ground, even with his tail, it's going to land. Just the weight to horsepower, it's not going to run up here a foot off the ground like some of those lighter planes might.
Well, you were just talking about Eddie Sanchez. I think we've seen him drag the tail 50, 75 feet across the line.
All right, good over the line with the decathlon. And, that he was probably, it's hard with this angle, but he was probably 50, 60 feet over the line. And at a STOL competition, that looks like a ton. But anywhere else, that's an incredible spot landing.
Yeah.
He hit a 50-foot spot.
What are you're a flight instructor. I'm going to quiz you. What are the PTS standards?
Right. I think even at the commercial level, they still get 100 feet on the short field to hit
so
a
he'd
spot.
be within...
He's half of that. Yeah. So, and I think the private gets 200 feet. So, like I said when I came in, and you mentioned it before I got here, like watching these guys fly these planes. Not all planes are equal, but there's just some amazing pilots here. It's so fun to watch them perform and try and get the most out of their planes they can. Yeah. And we're going to see some other planes. Matt Peterson in a 172, and we're going to see other planes that just a lot of people fly. You fly a 172. Right. We got 182s. We've got planes that are just normal, everyday airplanes out flying all over the country, and they come here and compete.
So we're getting ready to go for the next heat of the what class are we in? Backcountry class. And we're going to see some of those airplanes, right? We've got Jeff Pohl, who will introduce in a second, in a 170 Bravo. It's like the classic, that was just the plane back then.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the coolest things for me flying something like a 172 is that you see people like Matt fly a 172 compared to how I fly a 172, right? Like there's a lot of performance there that isn't in the book, right? So folks, there's literally a thick book you get with an airplane. If you've got a home built like Pat's, maybe you participate in writing that.
Yep.
But that's a book that you have to have your operating limitations in the aircraft at all times, and they say with this much grass and this much wind and this much weight, there's these graphs you can map out and say the plane's going to take off within this many feet. And it's a very important safety thing. A lot of times these aircraft are performing well better than anything in the pilot operating handbook, for something like a Cessna, right?
Yeah, and I mean, part of that is that book is not written for the absolute best the plane can possibly do under ideal conditions. It's written where, the test pilots for Cessna back in whenever they built, in 1956, when they built that, the Colonel's 172, they went and did a whole bunch of short takeoffs and got an average.
So Speaking of, no, that's bad. I was going to make like a dad joke. Speaking of average, absolutely not average. In race number 00 from Princeton, Minnesota, in 1955 Cessna 170 Bravo. Give it up for Jeff Pohl. I'm never going to let that one down. He's going to come talk to me about that. I couldn't resist the transition, Jeff. It's not true. Jeff is one that's been on the podium over and over again, and he's been modifying the plane to stay competitive in the class. He's got these big wing extensions on the plane, actually. We're going to see him work those past the booth right now. That's Jeff Pohl. Next up, in another Scout. This is a 1974 Belanca Scout from Hyannis, Nebraska. Race number 63. Give it up for Scott Sweet. Scott Sweet, 5th generation ranch pilot from the Sand Hills of Nebraska, sold at 16 years old, and has great hair. Okay, next up, check it out from Waller, Texas, in race number 37. It's this red and white 2020 Aviation Husky piloted by none other than Corey Sloan. And last, but certainly not least, in race number 17 from Benton, Kansas, 2008 Aviation Husky with a little bit of reverse pitch propeller action for you. Give it up for Jerry Clemens. That's, he kind of, sometimes I like to tease it for the crowd, be like, oh, like sometimes Jerry's got this special thing he does. He just showed
He gave it away.
He gave away my my joke, but that's an interesting thing too, right? Like all these planes are so different, and you've got something like a Husky competing against a 170, but Jeff doesn't have an STC for his plane that can give it reverse pitch propeller action to push thrust the opposite way, right? So it all is the great equalizer. It's all working together. You've got more of a standard plane piloting against maybe a Husky's a very classic bush plane. And then Jerry's got this reverse pitch propeller that workload's very high to engage it. But when it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a fun class. I'm really good friends with all 4 of these guys in this heat, and these are all really good pilots. This will be fun to watch.
And the other thing about Jeff Pohl here is he gets full throttle. Look at the tail, not afraid to get that high. And he is off short.
Timed that perfectly.
I was joking about average, but the truth is a better A word to describe Jeff Pohl is aggressive. He's not afraid to push that plane around. Here's Scott Sweet in the Scout.
Yeah, another Scout. Jeff Harrell had one in the first heat of this class, and great airplane. Be fun to watch him go.
And this is a working plane, right? Like this is a plane that works out on the ranch.
Absolutely.
Getting it up to speed there, and a little. I was gonna say he's racing that Cherokee, but I think the Cherokee.
I think Cherokee's topping. I hope.
Actually, I don't want to throw shade, but I think that's the cleanest I've ever seen Scott Sweet's plane. Normally he's like, right. I was just working with it yesterday. I'm sorry it's so dirty.
Right.
Corey Sloan on the line now in the Husky.
Corey Sloan has a prosthetic leg, and so he's working extra hard in that plane because we do a lot of flying with our feet.
Jerry Clemens taxiing up to the line now in Delta, or 200 horsepower, 26-inch bush wheel tires. And he's just waiting for Corey Sloan's traffic pattern, not rushing Corey at all, but he's got to be safely onto the crosswind leg before the air bosses will release him. Putting that nose down into the grass, flaps, tail.
Oh, it flew. That was great.
That was really short. And as he takes off right now, we're going to go to the booth. I've got, looks like I've heard not the booth, the pits. We're going to go to the pits. I believe I've got Matt Peterson with our friend Jeff Harrell.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jeff Harrell of Oak Grove, Louisiana. All right, so Jeff, we talked about that it's getting a little bit warmer, the wind has shifted around. How's that affecting the performance of your aircraft?
Well, it's like the density altitude is coming up with the temperature. And so it affects the airplane. It doesn't want to climb as good. So the plane feels heavier when you, as a pilot.
Okay, so you said you had a couple of pulls when you thought that you were ready to take off, and were you?
I thought I was ready, but the plane was not ready to fly. So I was disappointed in my takeoff in the last run.
Okay, well, there we go. Changing conditions. Pilots are just going to have to adjust. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. And we, while you were chatting there, we saw Jeff Pohl come in and land. His combined score, first run of practice for him, 380 feet. Gave up some footage over the line, but he can dial that in as he moves on to his next runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody like Jeff, he's trying to land within 5 feet of that line. 3 feet if he can nail it.
Next up, Scott Sweet coming in the Scout, low over the grass.
Oh, you got it. Textbook. Just over the line. That was great.
I feel like in National STOL, I need to get a thesaurus out in terms of braking. It's like heavy on the brakes, because everyone's always heavy on the brakes. But that's like such a critical part, right, is making sure that we're heavy on the brakes, like to get stopped.
But safely, right?
Safely, right. Yeah, you don't want to go...
These tailwheel aircraft, if we're too heavy on the brakes, we're going to put it right on its nose and destroy a propeller and maybe an engine. So we don't want to do that.
That's a expensive day.
Yeah. Then we want less heavy on the brakes.
Heavy enough on the brakes.
Yeah, there you go. He's heavy enough.
The appropriate amount of heavy on the brakes. Okay, here comes Corey Sloan now in the Husky. That's a beautiful bird.
Yeah. Good over the line.
Getting that left. A lot of left rudder. Get it straight. There we go. Full boot left rudder there. Still wanted to go to the right.
Yeah, so Corey was telling me that he struggles because that left leg is his prosthetic leg, and when he's using rudder, it's hard to get on the brake because both of those are in the pedal. And so that's why he's getting a little brake fade to the right. It's hard for him to get as much braking action on that left side.
Oh, sure, because he's got to modulate
he
in
can't
a way.
move the toe like somebody
Sure.
with a full foot could. Yeah.
Next up, Jerry Clemens on short final in the other Husky. We'll see if he does that little party trick of his. But again, the workload very high. You got to get the throttle all the way back, hit a button, push it back forward. Holding it off. Holding it off.
Couldn't hold it. Scratch.
Lexi literally picked up that blue flag and just threw it on the ground.
She gets invested in all of her friends.
Like, that was garbage. What's going on, Jerry?
Come on, Jerry.
So let's look at the scores now. Best takeoff, best run so far. Jeff Pohl with 380 feet combined. Corey Sloan and Scott Sweet really close to each other, just 5 feet separating them. Jerry Clemens, though, with the DQ. So I guess if I'm Jeff Pohl right now, looking at this class, I might be wondering, what's Jerry going to do? I got to fight Jerry off. And then Matt Peterson with the playing mind games. He's like, I'm not even practicing today.
He's just out working the mic.
He said he had a great pre-practice practice, given some media rides, and he's like, you know what? It was perfect then. Not going to mess with it.
Good enough.
A couple people saying hi. Actually, hi to you, Colin Kaneva.
Hey, Colin. What's up, brother? We miss you.
See Colin hopefully in Sulphur Springs. Jeff Pohl now getting the tail of that 170 up.
So now
Nice.
Jeff Pohl's a good friend of mine, and he claims that he invented the tail high takeoff for STOL. He says no one ever did it before him.
No one?
That's what, that is a Jeff Pohl fact, according to Jeff Pohl.
Okay, we're going to have to ask him about that.
Yeah.
No one?
Yeah, he said he invented it.
No. Okay.
Yep.
Not even like Valdez, huh, Jeff
I
Pohl?
think he did it at Valdez.
Oh,
he went up there.
that's
I don't
right.
know, 5-6 years ago, and I don't know. That might be where he introduced it.
And to be fair to Jeff Pohl, he did quite well in
Yeah,
Valdez.
absolutely.
All right, Scott Sweet on the roll here in practice in the Scout. Nice clean takeoff for Scott Sweet. Nothing to complain about there. Jeff Pohl, by the way, improving his takeoff run now down to 162. A little bit longer for Scott Sweet, now up to 247, but obviously can equalize it on the landing. Here's Corey Sloan in the Husky. Waiting for the air boss to say go ahead. I think he's waiting for, yep, there he goes. Scott Sweet's turning. Corey Sloan rolling over the grass. Timed it better, I feel like, this time.
Yeah, that was nice and short. He was under 200 feet on that one. Yeah, I bet he took 15, 20 feet off his first one.
215 was his first takeoff. Let's see what that second one comes in at. Jerry Clemens waiting on the, yeah, you were absolutely right. 194 for Corey Sloan on that takeoff. So a nice chunk of footage gone.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here comes Jerry. Watch him. When he lifts his tail, he's going to lift it really slow and methodical, right to the point where he feels like he should release his brakes. He's very precise with this portion of it. Little early on the pull. That one looked like it drug a bit. Yeah, he's up 220 or so. That's quite a bit longer than his first one.
Yeah, his first takeoff was 160. And let's see what we're coming in at. 223. So yeah, full 63 feet longer there. And while we get ready for them to come around, I need to give a little shout out to one of our sponsors. We got to talk about flighthelmet.com. Mentioned it earlier that they provide a helmet to us to share with rookies or pilots that don't have their own helmet, because helmets are so important safety-wise in STOL flying. They're a company that specializes in the sales and service of, you guessed it, flight helmets, full-service independent helmet company that services all makes and models of helmets. You can use coupon code NSTOL50 to save $50. Flighthelmet.com. Jeff Pohl now,
right
good
over
over
the
the line.
Yeah, that was great. He was just 4 or 5 feet over the line. Oh, man, 170, 168. That was great.
They mowed this turf so beautifully yesterday, but now as we get further into the day, all of that grass is getting kicked up, and if nothing else, it looks super cool. There was like so much grass getting kicked up by Jeff Pohl there.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the nicest runways we've ever done a competition on that I've been to.
Well, we've really had a diverse selection of surfaces, right? We were volcanic ash in Moses Lake.
Right.
That's very different. It's very different than this. Here comes Scott Sweet from Nebraska.
Yeah, one of our many Nebraska pilots comes to these events. Oh, just a little short.
He's going to get it stopped there. I was going to say he's lightly braking. Lightly on the brakes for
He
Scott Sweet.
scratched by 20
he
feet. He knew he didn't make it. So a lot of times if you're really aware that you scratch by a lot, you'll just save your brakes for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, that's an issue we see, right? Like, if your brakes heat up, you start to get fade the further into the rounds you go. That makes sense, tactically.
Absolutely.
Jeff Pohl shorter on his run, down to 3:27 combined.
Nice. Oh, yeah, man. He shaved a bunch off.
Corey Sloan now coming in.
Get over the line. A little bounce. So your Huskies don't have the big shocks like you see on some of these other experimental airplanes. So they can't drop them quite as hard. They're going to bounce more, which makes it harder. They have to be a little more precise, hitting their spot and not dropping quite so hard.
And you compare that to, say, maybe like something like the Decathlon or Scout. A lot of those have that spring gear.
Yes, and they're even less forgiving.
Well, I'm actually looking at...
same as Jeff Pohl and the
exactly.
170. Yeah, even less forgiving. So the precision there has to be better.
So not only is Jeff Pohl aggressive, he's also precise.
He is. It's a little painful to have to admit it on camera, but yeah, he's pretty darn good.
The other thing that was great this morning is talking to Jeff and some of the other competitors was hearing him really care. He's giving safety advice to some of them after they'd flown. Here's Jerry now holding it off. Look at that.
Oh, that was so close.
And the beta thrust, the reverse thrust, helping him get stopped.
Super short. I don't know. That was so close. I think the camera's going to have to decide it. Yeah, it was probably good. We're sitting behind the line.
Watching here frame by frame.
Oh,
whoa,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, he's like a foot past. Can't do any better.
2 inches over it when he was over the line. And I think Lexi thought it was going to be a scratch. You could see her lifting the blue flag. But no, she didn't need it. Okay.
Man, he was short. We're just, we don't have it. Do we have it? So 345. Jeff was still shorter than him on that one.
So if you're Jeff Pohl now, and again, this is practice.
Practice day, yep.
But you're watching what everyone's doing. You've got almost everyone that's competing against you tomorrow practicing right now. Is Jerry Clemens the one Jeff Pohl's got to defend against the most right now?
Yeah, I would say so, based on not only today, but also other days that he's flown against these guys. I think it's, if those guys are both on their game, I think it's a race between them mostly. But, gosh, both of them has a bad landing, scratches somewhere, pulls too early. There's a number of other pilots that can be right there with him.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Peterson, the 172, we've seen him dramatically improve over the course of the years that he's been flying. Ben, I believe, is in a 140. That's going to be hard to compete against a 170. And here's Jeff Pohl.
Maybe a tiny bit early, but pretty good. That was short.
Scott Sweet on the line in that Scout. The Sweet Scout. Sweet Scout Scott.
So sweet.
He'll deliver a beef to you in that aircraft.
That's right. You're right. I think that plane did get a bath. It's looking a little bit more white than normal.
It's like
shiny. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to ask him about that.
I hadn't noticed till you pointed it out, but I think you're right.
Well, because if I'm not mistaken, he uses that to check on all the cattle.
Absolutely. That's a working ranch airplane. There he goes. He's getting that tail up. Pulls it. Oh, that was timed almost perfect.
Yeah, that was
right off the ground.
Really clean for Scott Sweet. Here comes Corey Sloan now. Best takeoff so far, or combined score, I should say, 500 feet. So that was his best, was his second run. Nice. I think the opportunity for him, looking at the scores, is the landings.
Yep.
Working that braking. Obviously, you mentioned he's got a little bit of physics working against him in the cockpit there.
Yeah, and actually, we'll talk about his landing when he comes back around. There he goes. He got that tail up. Ooh, that was really good. That thing flew right when he pulled it. That was great timing.
Best run so far for takeoff, for him so far was what numbers am I reading? 194.
Look at that.
Massive improvement down to 165.
Yeah, that was excellent. It's such a timing game. You got to pull it at just the right time. You pull a little too soon, and that Excellent. Takeoff is 50 feet longer than you thought it would be.
Things happen fast in airplanes.
They can. They can.
All right, Jerry Clemens now. Look at this. So if Corey can shorten up his landings, he's got a striking chance against Jerry Clemens. Best takeoff 160.
That one drug a little bit. Well, that's pretty good. He's just over 150. Yeah, I bet he's sub 160 based on that measurement they just took. So if he gets another really short landing, 153. Wow. Yeah.
So now Jeff Pohl. So if you're Jeff Pohl, you're going, okay, my best of practice, my best takeoff was 162. This last takeoff was 174, and Jerry Clemens drops a 153 on your lap.
And Jerry had a 122-foot landing on the last one, so yeah, those two are definitely going to be neck and neck for sure. That's fun.
And in terms of series points, I believe Jerry's just been attending more. So he's probably ahead of Jeff in this series standings. We'll bring those to you tomorrow during the actual competition, folks, to see where everyone's kind of netting out.
Yeah, Jeff hasn't been to very many competitions this year. This is only his third event. So as far as, year-end standings, really not. He's just not in there just because he didn't go to many. Here comes Jeff. Looks like he was short.
Lexi doesn't want to call it. Yeah, she did. She's like, I don't want to do it. There's Amanda.
Oh, Jeff's mom and girlfriend there cheering him on. I love it.
But they cheered for the scratch.
Well, they didn't know that he was going to suck this time, so. I can say
Fighting
that.
words
I can
from
say
Pat
that.
McIntyre. You're not even competing in the same class.
No, that just comes from being good friends. We can pick on each other.
Okay, Scott Sweet coming in, bringing that low approach.
Oh, perfect. Right over the line.
A lot of
see, he's holding those brakes. That tail's just up. Yeah, that's excellent.
A lot of consistency from Scott.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like every approach is kind of exactly consistent. He did have that scratch on the last run, but everything feels kind of dialed in for him.
Yeah, he's looking great.
Combined score of 480, best for Scott Sweet. The scratch for Jeff Pohl means for practice, his best is going to be 327 combined. So now we've got Corey Sloan coming in.
So Corey, when he was telling me about when he had trouble with the brakes, there's actually a rear brake in case you have a passenger in the back. He said he can reach down with his left hand and engage that if his left foot's not getting the brake. But you talk about Jerry having a high workload in the plane with his reverse prop. Oh, he did a really good job there. See, he kept it straight. But that's a really high workload when you have to start thinking about braking with your hand, which just makes it harder. Yeah, right? Not something we think about.
So Pat's describing this, and I started putting my hands of pretending I'm in the cockpit. I'm chair flying right now. I'm like, but wait, you have to. Something's got to give. Then you got to let go of something else.
He's got to get off the throttle to come down and get that brake. So he loses the ability to add any power if he needs.
So here we flying right now. So stick in the right hand typically, and depending on the airplane, and then you've got your throttle in the left, right? And then your feet are doing things.
Yep.
And so then you got to be at idle and confident you're at idle. Release the throttle and then reach down and add a little brake action. With your left
because
hand.
that brake pedal's behind him on the left, because that would be for like a backseat pilot.
Right. Yeah, because you're straddling the pilot in front of you.
It's kind of next to you, but slightly behind you. Yeah, he was describing that to me, and I was like, wow, that's got to be difficult. Here comes Jerry, getting nice and slow. Good over the line.
Good over the line for Jerry. And the reverse thrust. If nothing else, it just sounds cool. Like a roar.
So awesome. And what we've seen with Jerry over the season is he's just gotten really a lot more consistent with that. At the beginning of the season, last spring, he was struggling with it, and now when he wants to use it, he's pretty good at it.
Yeah, I mean the risk for anyone using that system is that you go to idle to get the RPMs low enough to engage it, and then you goose the throttle, but it's not engaged, and now you send yourself further down the runway, right?
So if you don't do it right, your landing is longer rather than shorter.
So here's Jerry Clemens' score now in 300 feet combined. So besting Jeff Pohl's best score in practice. Again, this is just practice today at Music City STOL, 327. So Jeff Pohl, I think, who I would consider usually the favorite, having to fight off a Husky.
Yeah.
And another Clemens.
We're going to hear about that.
So,
I think I got to go judge. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you got to go, Pat. Thank you so much for hopping in the booth. Folks, we are just about halfway through practice here at 2024 Music City STOL. We are going now over to the rookie class. But first, let me talk to you about our friends at Ladd Gardner Insurance. Ladd Gardner Insurance has been a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service and coverage. We really appreciate all their support. Check them out. Ladd Gardner Insurance is Aviation Protected. We also need to talk about our friends at USATrailersDirect.com. This trailer that we've been broadcasting in is brought to you by USA Trailers Direct. You can get the right trailer for your job with USA Trailers Direct. They've got locations in Colorado, Oklahoma, and Georgia. They've got flexible financing, convenient locations, knowledgeable staff to help you find the trailer of your dreams. This is the trailer of my dreams. I'm so comfortable sitting in it. The air bosses have a great view on top of it. There's a broadcast team on the other side of the wall next to me, making everything happen. So big thanks to USATrailersDirect.com. And now, let's go to the pits. Colonel Uncle Matt Peterson with Jeff Pohl in front of Dirty Bird.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Jeff Pohl right now. Now, Jeff, as of right now, Uncle Jerry's got a little lead on you. And this is just practice. The scores don't count, but they count. So tomorrow, what adjustments do you see yourself making to make sure you come out on top?
Well, first of all, I want to say that Uncle Jerry has me more than a little bit. If you look at the season standings, I think I'm somewhere down towards the bottom this year. But what am I going to do different? I think I'm going to wait a little longer in the sequencing before I turn my base to final. If I'm Delta 1, Jerry's Delta 4, which means I'm landing into his takeoff blast. So my first two landings, I felt it pretty good. Ballooned me, carried me through. Pulled the power off, had to dump flaps just to get the thing to, fall 70 feet past the line. So I think I'm going to wait a little longer. And, the winds might be different. Maybe it'll, be more of a crosswind tomorrow, and that'll carry that blast off rather than carrying it down towards me. So I think that's what I'll try. And, if Uncle Jerry beats me, it wouldn't be the first time. And, pat him on the back and buy him a beer. There we go. All right, back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Matt and Jeff, for taking the time in the pits. We can't wait to see how things wrap up tomorrow in that class. We are going to take a short break and be back with more STOL action right after this here in Gallatin, Tennessee. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star STOL here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke Spore, everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft MOAC. Round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. In the gray and orange MOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Applause for Brian Steck. class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode Coax, Colin Kaniva.
Showing that he deserves to belong here. Whoa, that was legendary.
And friends, we are back here in Gallatin, Tennessee. Music City STOL 2024, part of the National STOL Series. And right now I'm joined, very excited to have Sheldon Hetherington in the booth. Thank you so much for coming over, buddy.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to talk about STOL flying, but first we've got to pass it off to your other brothers in arms over in the pits there. Oh no, we got to talk. No, I'm getting all confused. I'm all confused because I'm all excited. Here we go. Let's talk about the rookie class. We're going to talk about rookies right now. We got them all waiting there. Let's learn about the rookie class.
This is the first National STOL event. I vowed I would never compete. I'm like, it's not for me. And I still say I'm not competing. I'm in the rookie class, just the most laid back class. There's no regulation on what kind of plane you have or anything else. It's just kind of the newer people that are just kind of getting into it as an introductory lesson.
I'm Rod Hewitt. This is my dad, Steve Hewitt, world's greatest pilot, CFI II. Take note of this thing. This is the winning plane here.
If I finish the day, I'll be happy. So, you know, if I finish last, it's a win.
My aircraft is a 1955 Cessna 170B. Some of the modifications that I've done to it, I put the Continental IO 370, 195 horsepower engine with an 83-inch Hartzell constant speed propeller. Put titanium landing gear on.
As a rookie, you get out there and it's like you see all these people and then everything changes, you know? It's kind of wild.
And you talked a little bit earlier about the performance modifications. You're not looking to make this thing a hot rod, right?
Oh, no, it's a PA-11. There's nothing hot rod about it.
Pat McIntyre, I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm in the rookie class. This is my first time competing at one of these events. I've attended many of them, but first time being a participant. It's wonderful.
It was a good run. The landings were so-so.
Oh, with a scratch.
So just go out there and, energy powered management, that kind of stuff, figure out where the line is, find out what the wind's doing. Yep, just go out and have a good, safe day.
So if you're on the fence about this and think, I can't do this, this is for pros, you're wrong. If you've got an airplane and you've got a little bit of skill, this place is for you. It's a home.
So that is the rookie class. That's what's coming up next. And what's really cool is we just had Pat McIntyre sitting right next to me, and he was saying in the video, I'm in the rookie class. He's not in the rookie class anymore. He's dropping a train on everybody in sport class all the time. Sheldon, now let's go over to our friends in the pits. We've got Colonel Peterson with Jerry Clemens.
Hey everybody, I'm right here with Jerry Clemens, also known as Uncle Jerry. Okay, Jerry, looking good out there. So right now, there's kind of like a little grudge match, a little tete-a-tete, a little, head-to-head between you and Jeff Poland. You're currently in the lead. Now, Jeff's already talked about what he's going to do differently tomorrow. What do you plan to do differently tomorrow?
Well, on a serious note, I probably need to watch my speed when I'm coming in.
make sure, because I scratched on my first one, and it's because I got too slow. So when I started watching my speed a little better, I know where I'm supposed to be, and so as long as I stay within that, I'll be good. I know I'll be good. But Jeff's my friend, and so I want to help him all I can. And so I figured that maybe I could donate some fuel to him or something like that.
Just top his plane off tonight,
Yeah,
just to be a nice guy.
I mean, extra couple 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Just, that'll help.
Yeah, everybody appreciates free gas.
Yeah.
So, back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Matt. And as they've been talking to Jerry, we're in the booth, Sheldon in the booth, and we've got like actual wind here in Tennessee now. It's like blowing everything around in the booth right now. We've got monitors moving. We've got everything moving. It's a little gust there for the rookies. Let's introduce those rookies to you now. First up, it's the host of this event from Gallatin, Tennessee, in race 134, the yellow 2000 Aviation Husky. Give it up for Chad Hall. Chad is obviously an aviation enthusiast. You would have to be to put on an event like this.
Yeah.
President of EAA 1343. He's got a Beechcraft F-33. He's also got this Husky. He's got the tailwheel endorsement. Over 100 hours in the Husky. And now today, not only is he hosting the event for all of you here at Music City STOL, he is also competing in it for the first time. So good luck to Chad as he taxis by the booth here.
And that is a nice Husky.
Yeah, he's real clean looking. Next up, from Jonesboro, Tennessee, in a 2011. Next up from Gallatin, Tennessee, in a red, white, and blue Piper PA-18. It's race 828. Foster Carney. So another one of your local pilots flying that classic Super Cub, 150 horsepower, 30-inch bush wheels. Whoa, talking is hard right now in the booth, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Look at that Super Cub taxiing by. Good big old thumbs up from Foster.
And I love it. It's not your standard Cub colors.
Now we've got a 2020 Cub Crafters EX3. It says here Indian motorcycle colors. I get it from Collegedale, Tennessee. Give it up for race 311, Paul Rogers.
Nice.
Now, Paul Rogers has 18,000 hours of flying experience and flew one of my favorite aircraft. I got to talk to him about this later around the campfire. Flew the A6 Intruder.
Oh, yeah.
That is super cool. You'll remember that movie, The Flight of the Intruder. That's one of my favorite movies. A lot of good movies back in the day. Okay, who's up next? Now we've got our friend Luke Lee from Jonesboro, Tennessee, 2011 Rans S6 Coyote 2 in race 320. It's Luke Lee. Luke Lee is flying UL Power 350 IS. He's got VGs on that thing. And it says the mission for this aircraft is to get his 3 grandsons flying and to land the Coyote in the pasture at the house. So that is a really great task to have. Now from Bellevue, Nebraska, race number 76. It's a 1946 Aranca champ. Give it up for National STOL's Glenn Roberts. Glenn is our drone pilot by day and now STOL competitor by night. You saw that the PA-18, the Super Cub, has 150 horsepower. This plane has a whopping 90 horsepower. This Aranca champ.
And normally they have 65 horsepower, so this one is pumped up.
Yeah, he's got a hot rod in that thing. He's got it says Aircraft Performance Mods electrical system. There's a little bit of added functionality there for Glenn. Got the green flag now for the rookies. Chad Hall going to taxi up to the line for his first takeoff of National STOL competition. I guess practice today, but getting ready for competition tomorrow.
Be interesting to see how he approaches this, just like all the other guys out there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everyone's a rookie at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You know, think about, if you have any advice for these folks as you're looking down from someone who's a little more seasoned, you know, flown in a number of competitions.
You just can't overthink it. You can't overthink what you're doing, because even today I still do that. See, getting the tail up? Oh, almost. There we go. A little early on that one.
Could let it have a little more speed before he pulls back on the stick there. Here is Foster Carney now in the Super Cub. You don't see a lot of red, white, and blue Super Cubs like that.
That's more of a pacer scheme. That's more something you would see on a Piper Tri-Pacer or a Piper Pacer.
I'm digging it, though. Now he's got the fat tires on it.
See how he approaches this.
Working that rudder, getting those flaps in.
He was just trying to keep it a little bit more aerodynamic. He wasn't trying to raise or lower the tail, trying to dig in or push out.
So that was a Piper Super Cub, and now we've got Paul Rogers, the A6 pilot, flying this Carbon Cub, which is basically like the modernized version of what you just saw. So everyone knows, well, if you're new to this, you might not know. The Piper P-18, what you just saw Foster take off in, is like the classic quintessential bush plane. This Carbon Cub is built in its image. You see a lot of Cub types in STOL flying. This is no stranger to that. Okay.
All right, that was pretty dang good. I'm going to give him that one. He didn't settle. He kept the tail down and just rode it out. Now the Rands, I almost got one of these instead of the Zenith, but I didn't want to deal with fabric, so we went metal.
And these have been modernized too now into like the S20 and the S21 design, which we've seen on the circuit a few times.
Yeah. These are a little bit lighter. Do a little bit better on a little less horsepower, but.
Oh, nice exhaust burst of dark exhaust there as he gets it going.
Maybe he's got the diesel we don't know about.
Well, the UL power engine is very different than like the classic Rotax, right?
Yes.
So that could be part of it too.
Yep.
Here's Glenn Roberts.
In a Champ with way more horsepower than it was ever originally designed to have.
Can't do, I mean, if you want an affordable flying plane, you want to get into this, you're watching this right now and you're saying, how do I get into aviation? Champ is the way to do it. Here he goes, full throttle. Crosswind correction from the left there, which makes sense based on the windsock. No flaps for him either. Now he's in the tall grass, and he's off. There we go, Glenn.
Looked like the wind died just a little bit when he was getting halfway down, so that'll hurt a little bit.
I mean, we should talk about this accessibility thing, right? I mean, earlier we just saw Jerry Clemens flying this like tricked out Aviator Husky, Corey Sloan too. You know, we just saw a Carbon Cub, a Cub Crafters EX3 takeoff piloted by Paul Rogers. You know, like more expensive airplanes if we're fair, right? The Champ, and although they're in demand, so you're not going to pay as much for the Super, or you're going to pay more for a Super Cub. But the Champ, I mean, you can get such a good deal on a Champ, less than an SUV or a pickup truck.
Yeah.
90 horsepower is going to be like 5.5 gallons an hour, maybe.
Something like that, maybe. And you can pull it back even more. Somebody's going around. Okay, so Chad Hall's going around.
So now you're in the rookie class and you're doing a go around. You said don't overthink it.
Just fly the plane. Don't sit there and go, okay, where's it coming from? What do I got to do? Just slowly bring the flaps out. Just keep it shallow and you'll be fine.
I wonder if the decision for that go around, you can always go around, I guess, as long as you've got your engines making power, right?
Yep.
I think that maybe that was a wake turbulence decision from the big larger aircraft that just took off. I just heard in my ears from race control, if you're here in Gallatin and you've never ridden in a DC-3, if you've got $100 in your pocket, get your butt over to the DC-3. They're going to take off in about 7 minutes. They'd love to fill that airplane up. It's a beautiful, original-looking DC-3 with the American Airlines paint job on it.
The golden age of aviation. And the P-818. Oh, sudden burst of power right there at the line.
Yeah, a little more energy to dissipate as he gets stopped there, but floated in real gracefully, recovered from that burst of power, and that probably saved him from scratching, right? You would add that little bit of power, it's going to get you over the line, but...
And you'll hear that from all the guys. It's that balance of knowing how much power to put in versus do I even put it in at all and just take it.
So that was Foster Carney. Chad Hall's back in the pattern. Here comes Luke Lee.
That's a carbon.
Oh, that's
Cub.
the Carbon Cub.
That's
Here we go. Yeah. Got our order a little flipped around here. That should be Paul Rogers.
Let's see. Yep. See, holding it off.
Oh,
just short.
Just before the line there.
Oh,
and a little bit of directional wiggle waggle there for the Navy pilot.
Sometimes the brakes just say, I'm not going to do that today.
By the way, Paul Rogers, 25 years flying the 737 too. So just like this dude's put in his time.
So he's right at home doing this because you don't flare the 737, you plunk it down just like you do these.
Between that and the A6 flying, talk about spot landings on the deck of a carrier in a bomber.
Oh man.
Okay, now we've got our order all sorted out here in
there
practice.
Comes the Rands.
That's right. So that's Luke Lee now from Jonesboro, Tennessee.
Holding it off just a couple feet over the grass. Just see if you can hold it off and hold it. Oh, it's already on the ground.
So he's going to roll that one out. Quite short, but that's all right. That's what practice is for, and that's what rookie class is for.
And normally they would tell you to stop, but if you're scratched before the line that far forward, you're just like, you know what? I knew it was a scratch. We all knew it was a scratch. There was no reason to keep going on. That's okay.
Folks, while we work through the rookie class here, don't forget to go to nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/vote. You could vote for Sheldon. He's right here next to me. You could vote for him. Go vote for your favorite pilot of the weekend. Here comes Glenn Roberts in the Champ.
Holding it off. Ooh. He held.
I was gonna say he held power in.
He could have chopped it a little early, but hey, he just did. He didn't know what it was gonna do. So, but for a Champ, that's still darn good.
And stopped before the long grass there, so that's great for a first go.
And you know he's going to file that away in the memory banks, and he'll change that tomorrow if he can. And because he also now knows that he can hold that thing off with a little bit of power. It's a light enough aircraft.
So now we should have Chad Hall bringing up the rear after that go-around. Again, he's flying the 2000 Aviat Husky.
A lot of these guys are keeping it low. They're not dropping it in as much as some of the other competitors would be. You can hear him working the power, just keeping it up. Oh, just short.
Now he's going to bounce along there and get it stopped. So a little short for Chad Hall on that first run. Let's take a look at the standings here in the rookie class. We had 3 scratches this first run. Luke Lee, Paul Rogers, and Chad Hall all have scratched. Foster Carney coming in with 700 feet combined, and Glenn Roberts with a 500-foot takeoff and a 330-foot landing with 830 feet combined. And that's, I want to put that in perspective, right? Like
That's a champ.
It's a champ. It's a 90 horsepower champ, and that landing, a 330-foot landing, I guess I'd have to get really, I mean, for me, doing normal ops in my 172, I'm squealing brakes on tarmac to get 330 feet. So,
yeah, when I flew the 182 back in the early days of National STOL, I was not getting it stopped before 400 feet. I was the biggest, heaviest airplane on the circuit at the time.
Yeah, that was pre-Brandon Korn, right?
Yes.
Pre-205.
Yep.
So everyone's going to get back in line for the next run of rookie practice here in 2024 Music City STOL. Wings Over Wyoming in the chat saying, go Rookies! Absolutely. Go Rookies indeed. The only rule about rookie class that's kind of interesting is once you win the rookie class, you can't compete in it ever again.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know how often people stay in the rookie class. Usually after their first go, they kind of get it figured out. They're addicted to National STOL and they got to do it again.
They know what to practice.
But now, after that, you've got to get up into your class if you win it. So here we are now. Chad Hall on the line. His takeoff was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
222 feet for the takeoff, again with the scratch on the landing there.
Yeah.
Glenn Roberts rocking that flight suit. Also kind of cool about Glenn Roberts' plane, he's got that additional monitoring equipment out on the wing. Okay, there's Chad Hall on the roll, dropping the flaps. Cleaner this time than last time.
Very good takeoff. Very good takeoff. And none of these guys have slats, so they're not riding the wing as much. So there's a big difference when you're riding the wing versus without a slatted wing.
Yeah, and slats, again, for folks at home, that's that additional kind of like, looks like a little mini wing out in the front of the wing. Helps keep the air connected to the wing when you're going slower. Here's the Super Cup now. Foster Carney.
Yep.
There he goes.
Much cleaner takeoff.
So dialing it in already. Chad Hall's takeoff, already in the scorebook. 256, so a little bit longer for Chad Hall. We've got minimal wind for parts of the runway here, a little bit kind of at the tail end of it.
Yeah. Of course, you wish, all these guys wish it was the other way around. You want that gust of wind on your end of the runway because it does you no good once you started climbing. Tail up.
Yeah, Paul Rogers
Nice.
working that rudder.
And he got it off
takeoff
really
for Paul
clean.
Rogers. That was not rookie material. That was A6 Intruder material.
Very good
right there.
stuff.
I'm sure the technique is exactly the same. Here comes Luke Lee in the Coyote.
And what I like to see right now is these guys, some of these new rookies they're doing the offset thing.
Yeah, that used to be a Steve Henry only thing, and now everyone's gotten hit to that jive. Making sure the plane is grabbing every bit of wind over the nose, so that might be cheating into the crosswind a little bit. And there you can see on Glenn Roberts' wing, there's that additional sensor that he put on there that can actually give him more modern instrumentation and data than the old steam gauges in the Champ. So he's really worked to make modern conveniences a thing in this old vintage airplane. And again, you can get these for, I don't know, what's a Champ going for these days? $20,000, $30,000 for an airplane?
For a good working one. It doesn't have to be pristine, and it does the job.
This is actually a really clean example.
Yes, very clean.
Cowboy hat in the back there. Full throttle for Glenn Roberts.
Getting the tail up. And I've always you kind of laugh when you see a Champ trying to get the tail up like you would any of these other aircraft. It just strikes you as different. And it worked.
Absolutely worked for him. 500-foot takeoff last time. Let's see what the score comes in this time. And he's racing that citation down the runway. Shaved a full 100 feet. And there's the DC-3. So it's getting ready to go do a ride. And it's the oldest flying DC-3 in the world here at Music City STOL 2024. You can come to Gallatin tomorrow, come to Music City Executive, and fly in that oldest flying DC-3 in the world. Love that old American Airlines paint job there, all that polished metal. What a beaut. $100 well spent to go for a ride in that aircraft.
You can't get any better than that. I actually landed at the same airport it was at on the way here, and Chad Hall.
Chad Hall giving up about 50 to 75 feet, but he's coming off and licking his wounds a little bit from that scratch the first run. So, of course, you're going to overcorrect.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be the Goldilocks thing again of dialing it back towards the middle.
Just get that good run in that you can put in the bank and then just have at it afterwards if you really want to do it.
So Chad Hall on the board now with 656 feet combined. That's actually the best score of the rookie class so far. Yeah. Next up, I believe we've got Foster Carney in the Super Cub, though.
Yep. Keeping it low, keeping it up. Still floating a lot, though. So that'll be a longer landing for him, but it's not a scratch. It's not a scratch, but he did keep it rolling. Unfortunately, he did not bother to stop. So
that's not going to help him with scores. But again, it's just practice, so no harm, no foul. Look at that DC-3.
It is.
Holy cow, that
beautiful.
is beautiful.
I would love to see that thing take off on the grass right in front of us, even though we know it's way too short of a runway.
I don't think the flags are wide enough either.
No.
Man, look at that bird. That is cool. Okay, here comes Paul Rogers now. So, I mean, we talk about STOL. We talk about being a Navy pilot, right? Like, if you land too short on a carrier, you're going swimming.
Yeah.
So that's probably what he's remembering from his career.
Nice.
Good over the line. Gave up maybe a plane length.
Yeah. But, hey, that's what you want to do on the boat, too. Give a little. I would rather take a 4-wire than a possible 1-wire or worse.
He had a impressive takeoff. 166-foot takeoff now combined with a 239-foot landing. So it's going to put him at 405. So he's currently leading practice for the rookies. Next up will be Luke Lee in the Coyote, followed by Glenn Roberts. You can see him in the distance there, turning base to final in the Champ.
And it's funny because that Champ is faster than my Zenith.
Actually, you can see there, you can see Glenn doing a slip because he doesn't have flaps, so he's slipping down to get low enough. Here comes the Coyote now. Short final for Luke Lee. Giving up a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe touching down around the 200 to 225 mark.
He didn't have all the flaps in that he could have had. I noticed that. It was probably, we call it one notch in a Cherokee or a 172.
Sure. Something like 10
degrees
of flaps, sure. So, I mean, that's a piece of feedback for him, right? Get more drag, get a little slower, get a better descent rate. You're not going to float as much. And here's Glenn Roberts now in the Champ. No flaps for him, so that decision's already made.
And he's already hanging it. You can see it there. He's got the nose high, about 5-10 feet off the ground.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that angle of attack on that Champ.
And he can do it because he's got that power. He's just got to keep that power in. Oh, so close.
Oh, just
maybe 10 feet before the line.
You heard him grab for it, but it wasn't enough. So that's a scratch for Glenn Roberts.
But he stopped. I like seeing that he went ahead and was like, you know what, okay. And the funny thing is when you're that close to the line, it looks like you've made it. You just have no clue until you get done.
Got a departing turboprop here.
TBM, probably an 850.
Taking a little bit of a tailwind on the departure there for the TBM. Look at the wind across the flags right now. They are bouncing around real briefly there.
Got a quartering headwind, which is great. anybody will tell you we'd rather have that than anything else if we can't get it straight ahead down the runway.
Let's give a round of applause, folks, if you're here in Tennessee or online. Give a chat. We'll pass it on to them for these rookies. You know, I got to think about it. Have you ever forgotten your first National STOL competition?
Nope, I did not. It was at Lakeland. Got that. There was no rookie class, and I just remember everybody was like, it was one of those things where it was just like, well, I don't know what I don't know, so I'm going to just listen and learn and just fly the best that I can.
DC3 now lining up and waiting on the hard surface runway 3.5 here in Music City.
Now that thing will throw off some wake turbulence.
Yeah, so we're going to have to give it a little time to dissipate here.
I am very wary of wake turbulence after this morning, so that it may not roll you over, but it will certainly mess with your head. So you always want to err on the side of caution when you can.
And Glenn is having a good time in the cockpit right now. And look at that DC3 tail up.
And he's wagging that rudder just like all these guys you see out here. They're doing just as much work to get that thing off the ground as we are.
Already off the ground, and love that sound.
Man.
See it a little bit, DC3.
You can feel the whole booth shaking when that thing goes by.
That is cool.
I have not yet ridden a DC3, but I did get to ride a tri-motor. And you
Okay.
want to talk shake, rattle, and hum? Oh my gosh. That was the coolest thing ever.
Well, hopefully they'll be giving out rides after practice today, so I can throw my credit card down on the table. Sorry, dear. Sorry. At home, my wife. What is that? What was that charge on the card? What is this? Oh, I had to go for an airplane ride. Another one? Really, Ryan? We're going to hold for wake turbulence here, letting that dissipate. Wake turbulence, by the way, for folks who are new to aviation, basically these vortices come off of the wingtips of the airplane when it's generating lift, and that can give you a little ride, right?
A little bit of a fun ride, yes.
And if it's a big enough airplane, you know, if we had a 747 just take off, that would be real brutal for someone in a smaller craft like ours.
You'll get a complimentary aerobatic ride. And you won't even ask for it.
That's a good way to put it. So Chad Hall there getting ready to taxi up to the line once the air bosses deem it safe. You just basically these wake turbulences, you know, these wake vortices, they come off the wingtips and then they kind of like hang out in the air and they get blown around and they dissipate. All that air is circling. You can go online after the broadcast today and Google like wake turbulence, like NASA test. I think you can see some really good visualizations with smoke.
Sanders Aeronautics does it with a Sea Fury, and you get to see how just instantaneous it is for something that flies behind it.
Oh, yeah, there's a video of Sanders doing it with their smoke winders. They come off the wingtips there, and people online are always calling it fake because it looks so unreal, right? Seeing these like very tight smoke rings almost coming off. Yeah. So still holding for that, and we got one more run of practice for the rookies, and then coming up next, you're gonna see the touring class. That's the heavies. The 205s, what used to compete
that was my jam there for about 2 years.
And then we're gonna wrap things up with unlimited and adventure class, and that'll be it for practice today here. Now, as if not to be undone from a turbulence perspective, the DC-3 left, and now we've got a helicopter. And I'm not as far up on my helicopter idents if I am.
Yeah, I can't really see it very well from here. That looks like, almost looks like a Bell product, but
I mean, that was pretty.
Yeah. Now you want to talk about wake turbulence? That's the total opposite. That just there's no rolling of that will drive you straight into the ground. So if you're behind a helicopter or below one, you have to be very, very careful.
Looking out for the choppers, especially those Blackhawks. Chinooks too, like putting off just a ton of turbulence from those rotors. Chad Hall on the line in the Husky now, probably waiting a little bit for the helicopter turbulence.
And the wind is blowing from the right side, so it shouldn't take too long to get all that stuff into the ground and out of the way.
While we wait for that, let's talk a little bit about a couple of our sponsors. Just want to mention them. There's sponsors that have offered prize considerations for pilots this year. Let's watch these takeoffs, and we'll talk about them more in a second. Chad Hall now, flaps down. Nice, clean takeoff for Chad Hall.
Caught the wind just right, got it rotated perfectly.
Best takeoff for Chad Hall was his first one, 222 feet. Let's see what this one comes in at.
That's the other thing. You get complacent. You go, oh, that was great. I don't need to worry about anything. You suck the flaps up, and you're only 2 feet off the ground, and then you hit it again, and you're like, oh, man.
Chad should be very happy with that one. 178 feet. Here's Foster Carney in the Super Cub.
See what he can do here.
Off before the tall grass there for him. Best takeoff for him, 2 300-foot takeoffs for Foster Carney. Let's see if this one's a little bit shorter. As Paul Rogers up on the line there. As the chopper comes in, that is an epic shot. You got the chopper, you got, I think that's probably the DC-3 back there.
Yeah.
That is a cool shot. All right, here goes Paul Rogers now in that Carbon Cub. Best takeoff, 166.
A little early on that rotation.
Yeah, a little bit longer for Paul Rogers there.
Yeah. And it's crazy because these aircraft do really well without mods anyway. And, you know, just thinking, going back to the traditional PA-18s and all that, you know, who would have thought that you could improve upon the older style Cubs? You know, the purists would argue you can't, but these things are doing really, really well.
Luke Lee now in the Coyote, the Rams Coyote. Getting that tail up. Gonna pull back. There we go. Off for Luke Lee.
Nice,
best takeoff
gentle.
before this was 251. Paul Rogers, by the way, in the middle. His best was 166. This one coming in at 187. Luke Lee, though, big improvement down to 203. Best previously was 251. And here's the champ, Glenn C.W. Roberts. Rocking that, what did he call it? His party romper? It's like it's a flight suit that with some patches from his previous deployments.
We just call them onesies.
He was showing it to me today. All right, here he goes, working that rudder back and forth, getting that tail up, 90 horsepower, doing all the work.
Pedaling as fast as he can. He's ready to go.
There we go, there we go. And you notice he got kind of a more aggressive deck angle there, but he put that nose down to keep flying speed, no big deal, and now he's going to climb off. And I cannot wait to talk to Glenn about how excited he is about this today. He's going to be so jazzed.
He's been loving it. We've been talking every once in a while between practicing earlier, just going flying early this morning, and he's just happy to be here in an airplane doing it. He was messaging me before we even got here going, dude, I cannot believe I'm doing this.
Oh, he's so excited, yeah. Let me talk real quick while we have the rookies going around the pattern. I want to go back to those sponsors who are offering prize considerations to pilots like you, right? So pilots can win prizes as they compete, and that's Lift Aviation, Aero LED, Sarasota Avionics, iFly EFB, and of course legendary Aviation Coffee Company, all providing everything from coffee to Garmin products to EFB subscriptions for iFly EFB, Aero LED gift cards. Here's
come on, Chad, keep it up.
Chad,
Nice,
good over the line, and that's all. You can't ask for a better thing there. He does have to stop. Stop, Chad. Stop, Chad. But that landing was nice. He got the tail down right before he's going to roll out.
I think he thought it was a scratch.
No, you never roll out if you think it's a scratch.
Oh,
that
was great.
That would have been heartbreak in competition, right? Let's set the
Yeah.
stage for tomorrow during competition. You do that. You have your best takeoff of the day, and then you think you scratch and you throw it away on rolling out. So
and
that's-
early for the Super Cup. Oh, man.
So Chad Hall is going to be wondering. Oh,
See, this
man.
is the total opposite. He was way early on the landing, but yet he stopped it. So.
It's going to be a moment because you don't know, right? When you're in
Yeah.
the cockpit, you don't know how you did, and someone's going to say, dude.
It took so long for me to get over the, I just scratched. I knew I scratched, and I'm like, you know what? It could have been something good if I had stopped just to see what it may have been.
I think we're going to have a go around here by Paul Rogers. We'll see. Maybe not. No, we're clear on the runway. Yeah, maybe he's got it all controlled.
Keep the tail up. Keep the tail
Burst
up.
the throttle, hold it off.
Oh, clean. Very nice. Keep it tracking. There we go.
Nice for Paul Rogers. His takeoff this run, 187 feet.
That looked to be about 178 or so, maybe. See what it says.
Luke Lee will be next in the Coyote. Yeah, 179. You called it. It was right around at 180. That's the best one we'll see for the rookies in practice today with 366 feet combined for Paul Rogers. Here comes Luke Lee in that Rans Coyote.
He still kept the flaps up. So
Good over the line, but he's got a fair amount more energy than he would, and that was actually stopped pretty short. Imagine if he had the flaps all in,
yeah,
totally
he would have
dumped down.
Yeah, and since
So now here comes Glenn Roberts.
holding it up. I like his approach. I like the drag it in style approach. He's a little hotter on this one. You can tell it, but
Doing a go around there for Glenn Roberts. Not liking it. It might have just been that Luke Lee wasn't
not quite off the course yet.
Yeah, you could have the air bosses say, actually, CW. Glenn CW Roberts. Actually, CW, let's go around and make sure that this one's safe. So, or he could have called it himself too. He could have said, I'm just not feeling it. I don't want to make an unsafe decision. We're never going to penalize someone for going around in National STOL.
And I've done that twice in the 182 back in the day. And
so let's go. Let's talk about another one of our sponsors here. I want to talk about Flying Eyes. Flying Eyes Optics. Flying Eyes Optics sunglasses are the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. They're a returning sponsor, and I wear them right now. I don't know if you got Flying Eyes.
I do not have
You do not have Flying Eyes. We got the. What's cool about mine is I got these here. Check this out.
the pop-ons.
Look at that. Like, it just magnetically adheres to it so that you can.
That is really cool.
The connection here, and then you've got your. And they're not polarized. You can still see everything you need to see. And love them. You can use coupon code NationalSTOL, all one word, to save 10% on your glasses. And I got to talk to them because I had a great idea. What if they made foggles like that with magnetic foggles?
That would be something cool.
No one steal that idea. That's my idea. I'm giving it to Flying Eyes for free, I guess. Glenn Roberts now coming around the bend, base to final there. So big thanks to Flying Eyes Optics. Again, coupon code NationalSTOL to save 10% off of your eyewear. They do prescription. I wear a prescription every day, and they fit under your headset. That's the biggest thing. They're so comfortable. And here's a little added benefit. If you're a bit of a nerd like me, maybe you have a VR set at home, the Flying Eyes are the only ones that fit inside my VR thing. So
that's a plus. That is a
if you're a
plus.
motorcyclist, whatever, boom, Flying Eyes. So check it out. Here comes Glenn Roberts now coming in the champ. A little bit higher this time, but he'll settle it down.
Getting back into his little comfort zone, as I call it.
Yeah, Corey Robin likes to call it the pocket.
Yep.
Settling into the pocket right now. Holding it off. Good over the line.
Now you just got to get it stopped. Just get it stopped. And that thing's got some good brakes on it from what I'm looking at. He's bouncing the tail. You don't see that often in a Champ.
Yeah, he's working it for sure. So that was a great showing after a safe decision for Glenn Roberts. We'll get that score, and he had a 550-foot takeoff that run, and we'll see what the score comes in. But check out who's in the pits right now. We've got Chad Hall, who's the reason we're all here. It's all his fault, with Matt Peterson. Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with Chad Hall. Of course, Chad, you're not just a competitor here. You are the host and organizer and brainchild behind this event.
I'm one of a good team, but yeah, there's a lot of work that goes on. So I think all the pressures of building an event like this and then trying to figure out how to compete, it was a little more than I thought it would be.
So how did you find it? Were you able to kind of shut everything out and just go and just fly?
Yeah, so apologies to my committee, but I had to shut my phone down for about the last 20 minutes or so and just try to get into the headspace about, what was happening. And then when you fire up the engine and you're waiting for your turn, it's like, oh yeah, this is really happening now, because I've watched STOL since I don't know, 5 or 6 years, a little longer than that, and I never thought I'd be in this position to be flying in it. But I don't know, it's the flying wasn't great, but I think I'm ready to do it again. I'm ready for tomorrow.
Well, now, just so you know, tomorrow when things count, and the booth talked about you a good bit about this, always come to a stop. Always come to a stop. Even if you think you scratched, come to a stop, because one of your best landings was your third landing, but you rolled right on through.
I figured when I saw the numbers go away, I figured it was all done. So anyway, yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind for tomorrow.
There we go. It's never over till it's over. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Colonel Peterson and Chad, for that. Now we've got something a little different going on here.
Yeah. It's not a helicopter. It's not an airplane. And so, and it's funny because, helicopters are not allowed in short takeoff and landing competitions for a certain reason.
Yeah.
And this one, you can get down to zero airspeed, but you're not going to get down to it today. So he is going to have to, it will behave just like a normal airplane.
So this is Bobby Tishaw in a Magni Gyro M16 trainer. First of all, it just looks like super fun. Got all the open cockpit thing going on there, and you'll notice that the way that these work is that you've got a pusher prop in the back there pushing it forward, and then the rotor blades are not powered, right? That's what allows a helicopter to hover, is they powered rotor blades. He can come down near vertically, if not vertically, because think of like a, like the, what is it, a maple tree or something, right? You got the
little
seeds,
spinning seeds,
seeds that fall off.
Yep.
That's exactly what this is doing with the rotor. It's auto-rotating all the time.
Now, if you see there, he's got a black, it looks like a tube going up to the rotor. He can actually get that, he can pre-start that rotor with the engine, but you cannot leave it connected for flight, but it'll get it pre-rotating. It's just a little bit of a shaft that will allow it to start it spinning, because back in the day, and when you had gyrocopters, you had to get out there by hand or have somebody spin it
just to
get it going.
Pre-started for you.
Yeah.
So I think this may be a first in National STOL history. So there's the pre-rotator. Yep. It's going to get it started, get it up to a certain RPM, and then he's going to apply full throttle, and the pre-rotator won't be doing the work anymore.
Yeah, and and if you had an engine out in this kind of aircraft, you would fly it just like a helicopter, maintain rotor RPM to get you down on the ground.
Well, you're already auto-rotating, right? Like in essence.
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually, I'm pretty impressed with how fast the pre-rotator can get that thing going.
Because if you can imagine, otherwise you'd have to do it by hand.
That is so cool. Get it off there, buddy. There he goes.
And it just goes to show you, the wind is died. It just died as he started rolling. So,
yeah, no wind on the nose there for the gyrocopter. So we'll see what that takeoff was. Look at that thing. That is so cool. I bet that is just a blast to fly around in.
They call that a go-kart with a rotor.
And he'll be able to do real nice tight patterns for us here.
Yeah. And those are actually a fast little aircraft. They have an auto gyro at my home airport, and he and I will be in the pattern together, and I can take off shorter than he can. But he can climb out like a rocket, and I can't catch him at all.
Look at this diving approach here for Bobby Tishaw in the Magni gyro. That is a cool shot, too. Just getting out in front of that landing traffic.
Yeah. Keeping it low.
Flew this thing over from Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, just caught it. Nice catch.
That was cool. That was pretty cool. Look how Lexi's like, that was
Lexi
amazing.
doesn't know what to think about this.
All right, while he gets ready to go back around, let's go back out to the pits. Colonel Matt Peterson with Glenn Roberts. Nice job, buddy.
Thanks, Ryan. So, how do you feel?
I'm on cloud 9. That is a rush. Like, I enjoy doing this back home and flying with the guys in Nebraska that are helping me prepare for this, but to do it live for real, like, it's surreal. It's awesome. Like, I'm on cloud 9.
How are you handling that transition between being behind the camera and being on the production team to being out on the stage?
It's great to actually be able to see the whole event, because when I'm on the screen, I'm just watching just the little bits that I'm filming for the drone, and then, everyone else, well, hey, how'd you see that landing? I'm like, I didn't see it because I was filming the next approach. So, it's nice to see the whole thing start to finish.
So tomorrow, everybody's making little changes. People are making adjustments. What kind of adjustment do you see yourself making tomorrow?
Just going to work on having a more stabilized approach. I think that second approach is probably my best one, and I just came up just a little bit short, so we're going to try to replicate. I'm going to go back and watch the video on that one and replicate that, and just go out there and have fun.
There you go. Go out there and have fun. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, guys, and great job, Glenn. So awesome to see you in the sky that way, and because you're in the sky the whole time when you're flying the drone. So that was really cool. And then the other thing that was really cool, we got the DC-3 rolling out on landing, and we just had the gyrocopter take off. And I noticed he did a much shorter takeoff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little rollerblade wheel in the back to protect the tail, and he slammed that down just like all the other tail wheel pilots there. Look at, here comes this beautiful DC-3.
Yep. Man, that thing is pretty. And that's the thing about the gyrocopter. When you get out of those, a lot of times they will sit on their tails anyway. But you get in to put the weight in it, and it'll be the tricycle gear.
So here comes the DC-3 making the first.
He's going to back taxi.
Oh, look at that. The gyrocopter's already
right
here, too.
There. Coming over the line.
Good
Clear
over the
across
line. Oh, look at that. That's insane. We might need a gyrocopter class here at National STOL. This is exhibition right now.
And that was just probably sub 110 feet.
That was super cool. Let's go to the scores here. And while we wait for those to come in, I want to talk about our friends at Aero LEDs. They're an industry pioneer and a leader in LED-based aerospace lighting. They're tested for some of the most extreme operating conditions on the planet, ideal for use in experimental, certified, commercial rotorcraft like this, ARF, UAVs, space. You can get lights in space if you need them from Aero LEDs. Aero LEDs serves every spectrum of the world aviation market. And again, they also offer prize considerations for our pilots, which we really, really appreciate. Let's quick pop over to the scores. And maybe because it's exhibition, I don't have any scores in my spreadsheet here for Bobby.
Well, we know his last landing was somewhere just past 100 feet. It was probably around 110 feet.
So working that pre-rotator again. Full throttle, that Rotax doing all the work. Pulling back a little less dramatically, but still quite clean.
Got
Settling.
It all.
Nope. Didn't touch the ground. Settled down a little bit there. DC-3 still making its way back now, this time on the taxiway back there. That is so cool. Everything about Music City STOL so far, 5 out of 5 stars.
Yes.
Would recommend. So next up, after we finish with a gyrocopter friend, we are headed over to the unlimited class. We're going to see some real who's who of piloting, STOL piloting in the unlimited class. Yeah, there's the DC-3 flagship again taxiing by. And we've got our gyrocopter coming in on short final. Holding it off. Holding it off. Oh, a little too short.
He almost kept the mains off the ground. That he could have drug that tail wheel. It would have been perfect.
Well, that is cool. I guess if there's anyone I want to butter up for a ride today, maybe me. Maybe I need to talk to Bobby about going for a spin in that gyrocopter. That thing is super cool. And thank you to him for bringing it out to show all of us what it can do. Really short landings on that. Excited to see if we are able to get the scores together for it. Meanwhile, DC-3 doing beautiful DC-3 things. Make sure if you're here this weekend in Tennessee, it'll be worth every penny to go for a ride in that thing. It looks like they were gone for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes in the oldest DC-3 flying, and that would be, 30 minutes for $100 in that thing. And the other kind of unique thing here is if you look at it, this is like a big aviation nerd thing, Sheldon.
Yeah.
It loads from the right side.
That is not something that you see hardly anywhere. That's pretty cool.
So that's a really cool thing to see there. Special treat if you're here in Tennessee. Go take yourself up on that. We are going to take a quick break. Sheldon and I are going to go get a glass of water. You guys get some water. Go shop around at the vendors. Go get some food. And we will be back with some unlimited touring class. I got ahead of myself. We got to do the touring class. Some touring class action. It's time for the heavies. Up next, right after this.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. And we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience. Something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180. Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know, it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here. Just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You got to really nurse it off the runway, though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
And we are back here at Music City STOL 2024. I'm Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined right now in the booth with Sheldon Hetherington, who you saw fly earlier today in the sport class. This is his old class. He used to fly in the touring class with these other heavy aircraft. Let's get him introduced to you right now. So first up, in race number 30, it's a 1963 Cessna 205 from Gauss, Texas, Brandon Korn. Next up from Omaha, Nebraska, race number 10. It's a 1978 Maul M5, piloted by John McCardle. That 205 is big. He's taxiing by the booth here. And we're just looking to check if John McCardle is wearing a shirt. And he is not. My dreams realized. All right, next up, in a 1964 Cessna 182 from Pinedale, Wyoming, it's race 307, piloted by John Douglas.
Really nice swept tail 182.
John's he and his wife, who actually, his wife Angela brought meat sticks over for us. They run the Pinedale Rocky Mountain STOL event and do such a great job with that. All right, last but certainly not least, from Mora, Minnesota, and a 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, it's race 260, piloted by Luke Strandland. This thing is also an absolute beast of an airplane. These aircraft all in this class, big horsepower, big airplanes, big empty weights, right? Like I think the lightest one, let's look, the lightest one is McCardle's Maul at 1,640 pounds. The Murphy Super Rebel that just taxied by the booth, 2,000 pounds empty. Green flag by race control. Headline judge Lexi Duncan bringing Brandon Korn and Black Betty up to the. Look at how well mowed that line is. They really cut that short. You know exactly where the line is. Trying to get a little bit of that crosswind from the right on the nose. 205 is going to make some noise. Tail in the dirt. Oh, man.
Just willing that airplane to get off the ground.
That looked like one of the shorter takeoffs of the entire day.
Yeah.
Well done for Brandon Korn. Here's John McCardle. Now, if you're new to National STOL and you're just here in Tennessee or you're just joining us online for the first time, John McCardle and Brandon Korn have been duking it out all season. So we've got that rivalry continuing here at Music City.
And it's a short wing. It's just
going for
Man.
it, McCardle.
Nice.
Oh, wow. He is not afraid to get that propped by the grass. Really doing some work there, John McCardle. You see his whole body engaged with the movement in the cockpit. That was something else. Okay. John Douglas now.
This is the one I'm interested in because this is what I used to fly. And it's hard to get these things off early.
$1,650 pounds of airplane. John Douglas rotate, and he is off. That was well timed for John Douglas. Luke Strandland in the giant Murphy Super Rebel. Right now showing Brandon Korn and John McCardle with the same takeoff distance of 191 feet. And let's put that in perspective. 191 feet in something that big.
Yeah, that heavy. It just doesn't seem like it should do that.
Oh, it's roaring. It's roaring into the air.
He got it off. Good off the ground. Did not let it settle. And that is a big airplane. I mean, that's bigger than Brandon's, and that thing is massive.
Looking at the scores coming in right now, John McCardle 191, John Douglas 360 on the takeoff, and Luke Strandland with 261. Brandon Korn's score not in. There might be a thing working out in race control there to make sure that score was correct. Meanwhile, he is coming in on final approach. You see those flaps doing work. And the one thing I've noticed about Brandon Korn this season and every season he's ever competed in National STOL is he is not afraid to work the gear.
Yeah. He will pull out all the stops. He will get that thing nose high. He will drag the tail. And he just puts everything into that thing, getting it on the ground.
Little extra power, probably more than he needed. Gave up about 50 to 75 feet over the line. But look at how, again, not afraid to drop it like it's hot right in.
And he's got one in the books. He doesn't have to feel as much pressure to get that thing. Now he can have a little bit more fun. Even though this is practice, and we all think in that headspace, it's just practice.
274 feet on the landing for Brandon Korn. We'll wait to see. Yep, there we go. 169. I knew it was one of the better takeoffs. So a combined score of 443.
That's insane.
John McCardle now coming in to your right, nice and low.
And I was talking to John a little bit earlier this morning, and he said, this is comparatively, this is a heavier airplane for what it is. It's got a short wing. You have to really fly it in. And if you chop the power, it's not like some of these where they'll float. This one will just, when you chop it, it's done. And he's
nice.
Right past the line.
Nice. Oh, keep that tail down. There we go.
He
John
wants it bad.
There's no such thing as practice for John McCardle.
Oh, man. All right, got the 182 coming in.
Combined score for John McCardle, 395 feet.
He's working it.
Yeah, he's working it. Between him and Brandon, that first run, you can see the competition. Now, Brandon gave up about 50 feet over the line. John holding it off. Little burst of throttle to get him over the line, but now he's got to really work those brakes. He's kicking up all that dust.
Yeah, so funny, it's being an armchair quarterback, but watching it, if it was me, I probably wouldn't have put that burst of power in, but you just never know, especially when you're inside the plane. You just have no idea. We can talk about it all day out here, but you got to do what you're comfortable with.
We have the value of perspective outside, it might be a little easier to
Yeah.
see what the plane is doing than from inside the cockpit. Combined score of 740 feet, first run of practice for John Douglas. And Luke Strandland doing a helicopter impression out over the mountains there. That is beautiful. Tennessee.
Wow. Really getting it behind the power curve early. Working that rudder, you can see it just a little bit. He's rock solid in that airplane right now. You can hear the power in and out, in and out, in and out. Clean over the line.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
A little reverse thrust action there for Luke Strandland. Wowie zowie.
Nice.
Gauntlet dropped for him. When you've got a plane that big, you need every tool in your tool belt. Luke Strandland's coming for him.
With a landing, is that 152?
Okay. So now, if you're Brandon Korn, you're going, what? What is happening? That's what, heavy is the crown. Heavy is the crown when you are the king.
Man.
Everyone wants a piece. So Luke Strandland now.
Wow.
With a combined score of 413 feet.
Wow.
Brandon Korn, 443. John McCardle out in front in practice with 395. And I'm guessing that a big part of the difference between those two is John McCardle, again, not wearing a shirt. That's a lot of weight that he didn't bring with him in the cockpit. The airplane's a bit lighter than the rest of the competitors who've decided to remain mostly clothed. So that is a difference.
That heavy cotton shirt.
Yeah, those heavier cotton shirts can really weigh you down. Everyone's getting ready to go around again here in the touring class. Luke Strandland looks happy. Looks happy in the cockpit.
I think he knows
there.
that was a good one.
Race Control just told us that on frequency he just said there's a new sheriff in town. Okay, so we're fighting. We're fighting. These are fighting words.
Man.
And it's just practice. Brandon Korn now in the 205. Digging that tail in. Classic Brandon Korn. Again, that takeoff. Let's be real. Brandon Korn had the shortest takeoff of everyone. It was the landing that decided that.
Yeah.
John McCardle now. Watch how physical.
You can see him preloading in there. He's got that thing already at his chest. He's just ready to use his whole body to push forward on that thing.
Here he goes, pushing all the way. Oh, man. He is not afraid of that, and that's just, it was a bit much for me.
Man.
But look, he just leapt off the ground.
You notice when he got there, he popped it back to neutral just to stop it from keep on going over.
There's John Douglas's wife watching, recording for Intel. Here's how you did today. It's a nice iPhone case.
Yeah.
John McCardle, same takeoff distance, 193, just 2 feet longer that time. Here's John Douglas on the roll in the 182, the mighty 182, digging in. Ooh, leapt off the ground as well.
Yeah.
Maybe could have pulled a half second earlier, but really well timed.
And it looks like he's got 30 degrees of flaps in on that 182. Ironically, when I was flying my 182, I went to 40. That's landing flaps in a 182, and I was getting off quicker.
Okay, so maybe even more flaps.
More flaps, and it jumps off the ground. You don't have to pull back as hard.
Big improvement for John Douglas on the takeoff there, by the way, down from 360 down to 291. longer for Brandon Korn.
Yeah.
By a fair amount. Yeah. About 50 feet longer for Brandon Korn. Here's Luke Strandland. Tail super high. Leaping off as well. Big vertical there. He's going to get the nose down a little bit.
I'm going to say about 210, 215 on that one.
Woo-wee. Man, we are fighting in touring class today.
207. Okay.
Wow.
Not
okay,
bad.
So things are improving for these guys. I think we had a little less wind than we did last time, but still a big improvement. We do have, it's coming right down the pipe now.
Yeah.
Down the runway for him as they come around for landing. Brandon Korn's already on final approach, trying to keep this nice and tight.
Let's see if he just decides to drag it in all the way. Just go for it.
Ooh, I think it was short. Yep,
just a hair.
Lexi not happy to have to pull that blue flag out, but that's a scratch for Brandon.
That was maybe a quarter of a tire.
Let's watch on the replay here.
Yep.
The right main touchdown.
Yep. Right on the line, right at the beginning of the line. So about a half a tire too early.
So that's a scratch for Brandon Korn. It's going to get in his head a little bit. He's the new sheriff in town. And John McCardle coming for him all season. Again, just practice, though, so anything can happen overnight. Just got to get your head in the game.
Yep.
John McCardle now. This aircraft has a normalizing turbo in it, so at some of the higher altitudes he was helping him. Not as big of a deal here today.
Oh, scratch.
Short for John McCardle, too. Okay. Brandon Korn watched that whole thing from the taxiway there. Let's watch on the replay. Working that rudder, landing like a foot or two short.
Yeah. Well, now they both have scratches. Now they're both getting in each other's head, and now they're in their own heads, trying to figure out what they've got to do to make it work.
John Douglas coming in over the fence.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Holding it with power, not enough.
Wow.
So now we've got another scratch. And look, now the wind sock for the airport doesn't look that different, but our flags show a different story. They're showing more of a crosswind from the right.
A little bit of a quartering headwind.
DC-3 flagship out about to do more DC-3 things. And Luke Strandland, there he is.
He's way out there getting ready. He's doing more of an approach that I did at Swamp Stall in the Zenith. Get out there, get way slow, get nose high, just riding the wing all the way down. And that's a gamble. But when it pays off, it really, really works.
Yeah, I mean, pros and cons, right? You can even just tell by looking at the airplane. With the nose that high, you're losing some visibility on approach.
Yeah.
And you're relying a lot on the engine right here, right? You're holding it off with all that throttle.
Good over the line. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Respect. Game respects game. Jeff Daly sitting here. He's in the adventure class. He's gonna be flying a little bit later, and he turned and looked at us and just gave like a very respectful, very demure golf clap. Game respects game. That was something else.
That was in the 155-foot range, I'm going to assume. Let's see.
By the way, Luke Strandland, the only one on the board that run. Yeah, 150.
Wow.
53 feet. So now he's down to 360 feet. So he popped up into first place. Again, just practice. But if we were fighting for the real thing today, he would be in first place. John McCardle with the second best score of practice. Brandon Korn on the podium still with 443. John Douglas trailing behind with 740 feet combined. We got another chopper coming in. Looks like we got a news chopper, Channel 5 News coming in to get some aerial shots. And this airport's getting busy. We got DC-3s, we got
helicopters of all types.
Brandon Korn coming up to the line again.
Listening to the whistle of that empty propeller.
He's preloaded the elevator, full up elevator. And he, ooh, get it off. It was, I was about to say that was poetry in motion, but it just didn't quite
that
depart.
right main, just a little bit.
Now, you can tell this guy does CrossFit. Look at that. He's just grabbing onto everything in there.
You almost never have enough hands when you're having to do all the tail up, tail down, throttle, flaps, especially if you got manual flaps. There's just, you don't have enough hands.
There's a lot to do very quickly when you're trying to be competitive in STOL flying. Yeah, he just goes for it.
And he gets it off the ground every time.
And the other thing I'll say about John McCardle is he's got the precision right now. The truth is that you can put the tail of that plane way higher before the prop's going to hit the ground at all. But he has it dialed in. He knows exactly what the sight picture is, right? As he sees the ground, the horizon moving as he does that, he has it all dialed in. It's clinical almost, how precise he's being with that tail. John Douglas flaps down. Time to ride him, cowboy, into the sky. And that was well done.
That was very good. He got a little bit of wind on that one.
Super clean, a little bit of wind on the nose. Luke Strandlin, the new sheriff in town. Someone get this guy a badge. Best score so far for Luke Strandlin, 360 feet. And if you get a chance when you're here in Tennessee, come stand next to this thing. It is immense. Little bit of wing drop there.
So about 230 feet maybe.
One thing I'm noticing with Luke's departures, he's always kind of sliding out to the right there. Could it be too much right rudder?
That, or he's not putting in the the wind's coming from the other direction, so yeah, he may be putting in more than he needs for that crosswind correction.
I'm not a CFI, and I don't pretend to play one on TV. So here's Brandon Korn now on short final in the mighty 205.
Nice. Woo! Over the line.
There we go, buddy.
Just get it stopped. Lexi liked that one a lot.
That was dead nuts right on the line. Actually, you get a great view from the drone there of the tiny little patch of grass we're working with here.
Yeah.
So that's Brandon Korn now down to not his best one. His best was still his first run, 449. So in those 440s for Brandon Korn. Here comes John McCardle in the mall, hiding behind that flag, so coy.
Keeping it up.
See if he can bring that precision from the takeoff into the landing.
Hold it off, hold it off, hold it off. Work that rudder. Nice.
Good over the line. A little bit of a bounce. And he had to give up a little bit of braking, I think, to maintain directional control. Takeoff for him was his best, by the way. A jaw-dropping 159 feet. And that landing a little bit longer for him at 208, but still coming in with his best score of practice for 367. So just 7 feet between John McCardle and Luke Strandland in practice now. Here's John Douglas from Pinedale, Wyoming.
Very, very stable approach. Getting it down just to where he's just going to have to start working a little bit. Just
nice.
Clean. Just get on the brakes.
Lexi, I love it. She's such a great cheerleader for everyone. I heard her cheering like, come on, get it! And he got the power in, and then he got over the line. So that was great. It's great to know. I mean, here's an example. This is a family. This National STOL crew, it's a big, loving family, and everyone's rooting for everyone to do their absolute best. There are rivalries. Right? We talk about McCardle versus Korn. We talk about Austin Clemens or well, really any of the Clemens against Jeff Pohl. Like people are like, there's definitely some competition, but there's always camaraderie that comes with it, and that's what's so great about National
When
STOL.
I bent my axle last year here, I had 4 or 5 people. Brandon Korn, Justin Tisdale. I had all kinds of folks coming over to see what they could do to help me get it done once I overnighted that thing to get it here.
Aviators helping aviators. Here's Luke Strandland doing that same approach. He's got it dialed in. Coming in high, nose high, high alpha approach. Coming down, very controlled.
And the wind, it's not gusting up there. It's very smooth. So when it's gusting, you can't really be as aggressive like this unless you really, really trust your airplane. But otherwise, if it's smooth like this, you're going to have a really easy time of it.
Oh, too short for Luke Strandland. He knew it too, so he didn't engage the ye old thrust reversers. But man, that is going to be one to watch tomorrow. Watch that fight between, I mean, literally anyone's game. Even, John Douglas is bringing his numbers down by hundreds of feet over the course of practice today. So it is, between John Douglas and Brandon Korn right now, it's a possibility that Brandon Korn might not be on the podium. So next up will be the unlimited class. And they are taxiing out to the line. And while they do, I want to talk about some of our sponsors. We got to talk about iFly EFB, a complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows that has all the advanced features that pilots want and the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. They offer 3 prize packs of subscriptions for our pilots. So we really appreciate that for iFly EFB. We also want to talk about Sarasota Avionics. They're a long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer with the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS systems. They offer Garmin prizes for the unlimited class winners. So this is the unlimited class taxiing by you right now.
And you're going to see something different.
In front, we've got race number 55, piloting race number 40's plane from Belton, Texas. It's Levi Nogues flying Pat McIntyre's plane from Wasilla, Alaska. Race number 50, Keith Lang. He doesn't even need to put his tail down. He's just driving around with the tail up like that. From Henderson, Nebraska, race number 94, it's Rick Boardman in that 2015 Carbon Cub. And bringing up the rear, Jeff Daly's plane, the Badlands Traveler, flown by none other than Micah Lindstrom. He was supposed to maybe compete in the limited class in his Vans RV4, which I think was mostly him just trolling everybody. But he decided to take the keys. Jeff offered him the keys to this Badlands Traveler. I'm going to see what Micah can do with it. Micah's building a Badlands right now.
Yep.
So it makes sense for him to give it a go in a friend's plane. So we've got 2 planes being borrowed in this class. We've got Levi flying Patrick's plane, and we've got Micah flying Jeff's plane.
And Micah told me earlier this morning, he goes, you know what? I've got 4 hours in this airplane.
Yeah, so it'll be fine. It'll probably be fine.
And it's like Levi this morning. He went out and practiced for a long time. We all practiced before the official practice even started this morning for about an hour.
So Levi's taxiing up to the line now in this Rans S7. Levi's, man, he's served our country a lot in the Navy, Army as a helicopter pilot, then in the King Air in the Citation. Getting that tail up, yanking.
Nice.
He is not messing around. Sub 125. Here's Keith Lang.
Yeah.
In the Super Cub.
And watch out for Keith.
Yeah, watch what he can do in this classic Super Cub. It's got the flaps. But that's about, and some slats, but that's about it, right? A little bit longer for Keith, but it's a much heavier airplane. I mean, he's 200 pounds heavier empty weight than what Levi's flying. Here's Rick Boardman now in the Carbon Cub. This plane also a little bit heavier. We're getting heavier as we go.
Yeah.
About 1,000 pounds empty.
And he flies this thing to the nth degree. He knows that airplane a lot.
And he is offshore. They're talking maybe just over 100 feet for Rick Boardman. And now Micah Lindstrom in the Badlands Traveler. This airplane's called Warhorse. You're going to see why in a second. Not afraid to get the tail up in his buddy's airplane.
Oh.
And that was something else. They're pointing sub 100 feet for Michael Lindstrom in Warhorse.
Yeah, they were saying just how effective that wing is on that airplane. And you can just see it right there.
Looking at the scores right now, I'm waiting to see what they put in for Michael Lindstrom. Rick Boardman, sub 100 feet with 99 feet. Levi Nogas with 118. Keith Lang, 162 on the takeoff. And Jeff Daly, well, sorry, not Jeff Daly. Jeff Daly's plane, flown by Michael Lindstrom, 94 feet. Levi Nogas putting it in perfectly.
Wow.
Right over the line.
Nice job. About 120 feet, 122 feet. All right, here comes Keith Lang. Getting it slow, getting the nose up, trying to maximize his airplane's performance, trying to keep it off the ground. Just a couple feet off. Oh, just short.
Scratch for
Just
Keith
short.
Lang. And people are getting so invested in this, you think it was the actual competition day. It's just practice.
Yeah.
So Keith Lang's on the ground. Levi Nogas is on the ground.
We got Rick Boardman coming in now, it looks like.
Rick Boardman had the second shortest takeoff of practice for Unlimited. That's a 99-foot takeoff. Micah Lindstrom, by the way, with 94 feet. We'll talk about him more in a second. Good over the line for Rick. He's going to get it stopped. A little heavy on the brakes at first, but he's keeping it, as Pat would say, the right amount. The right amount of braking.
You notice Levi and him, they're about the same on their landings. It's going to be within a couple of feet.
Yeah, 119 for Rick and 118 for Levi. So, yeah, within a foot of each other. The difference being, though, that Rick was off for unlimited class, much shorter.
Yes.
Combined score of 218. Michael Lindstrom now in Warhorse. 94-foot takeoff.
Come on, Micah. Get her in there.
Nice.
Love how you can just drop it on that gear.
Yeah, not messing around with that plane. That tail touch before the line. Again, if you're just joining us, that is totally A-OK. We're only measuring from the mains. And so Micah Lindstrom dropping the gauntlet here in practice at Music City. So look at that replay. That is textbook. This plane is going to go down in National STOL history, I think. This is the same plane that we saw with Jeff Daly at the controls taking off 16 feet, 15 feet, something like that at Moses Lake. It's just incredible.
And
the
just
Badlands
float
Travelers
down.
changing it up for National STOL competition. Okay, time for run 2 of practice of the Unlimited class. With Unlimited class, by the way, this is the premier class for prizes and awards. Every competitor needs to throw in $500 to compete in the Unlimited class. That creates a cash purse, which is then split for the winners on the podium. Mike is happy. He's smiling. He's having fun.
All right, let's see what Levi can do. Get that tail up. Pop the flaps in. Oh, nice.
Maybe sub 100, right around 100 feet for Levi Nogas.
Yeah.
We'll see what the judges call it. Keith Lang taking the right side of the field, trying to take a little more of that crosswind from the left.
Get that tail up. Wow. I think he's trying not to dig that tail in and just totally rut up the runway is probably what he's doing. That'll probably change tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll probably give it a little more gusto tomorrow.
It's like all those times that you watch Hal when he would come in the Rans, he would just annihilate the grass.
Levi Nogas' takeoff coming in at 101. Keith Lang's takeoff much shorter now, down to 120 feet for him. Rick Boardman on the roll. Whoa!
Wow.
Giving it the go.
Nice.
And that is an absurdly short takeoff, but it is longer than the last two we saw. He had 99 feet the first run.
That looked like, 114. I was going to say 118.
Warhorse. Snarling.
I just need to take those wings and put them on my airplane. Wow, okay. All right.
They're talking 80 feet?
Wow.
Is that real? Is this real life? Is this real life?
They're all kind of unsure, like, really? Did we just see that?
Oh, man. 82 feet for Micah Lindstrom on that takeoff in Warhorse. Here comes Levi Nogas in the S7. Now, he normally flies a replica Storch, throwing in some power, good over the line, the adequate amount of braking. And he's stopped a little bit over 125.
Probably about 129 feet, 130, something like that.
So shorter on the takeoff, but longer on the landing. So he's, in the end, only 3 feet shorter this time. 233 combined for Levi on that second run. Keith Lang now hovering that Super Cub in. Look on the tail, its name is Nitro. And I think if we were talking about like purists.
Yeah.
I feel like Keith Lang is an aviation purist. He loves
nice job.
The classics.
Got it down, got it stopped.
Whew. Oh man, and then style points.
Yeah.
Style points for Keith Lang as he
about
taxis out the runway.
105 feet, 108 feet.
So his takeoff was 120 feet.
104
and 104.
feet.
Good calling by Sheldon, by the way, in the booth here. He's got it dialed in. So 224 for Keith Lang. That's going to put him in third place of this unlimited class practice.
Come on, Rick. Keep it up. Keep it up. Nice
job. Right on the line for Rick Boardman.
Just keep it there. Keep it there.
These guys, they're all just going for broke.
Yeah, 110 feet or so, 108 feet.
So we had a 114-foot takeoff paired with, drum roll please, 106. So a little bit longer for him, 2 feet longer for Rick Boardman. So right now, if you look at these numbers, we've got Rick Boardman, 218, just behind him, Keith Lang. And then just behind him, Levi Nogas. The one out in front is Micah.
Micah's been flying.
Holding it off. Oh,
nice
job!
Oh! Let's go. That was amazing.
Micah Lindstrom. He's like, hey guys,
Jeff's happy about that one.
you guys remember me? All right, it's time to talk to the new sheriff in town for the touring class. Who you got with you there, Mr. Peterson?
Had a brain part first.
I hate that. I know you.
I got so excited about Micah. Hey everybody, this is Matt Pearson. I'm here with Luke. And okay, Luke, I just want you to know I got a top secret security clearance. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, but you kept a secret from everybody, didn't you?
There's a few guys around that know. I mean, I've had a prop for a long time. Everybody's got MTs, got to have one, you know.
Okay, so how many landings have you made with this prop so far?
I've had quite a few landings, just not any recently. I had to take it off for some issues with it, and we just put it on. So I maybe have 10, 15 landings with the beta. Yeah, actually using the beta at least.
10 or 15 landings using the beta. So this is like a new tool for you.
Yeah, these big airplanes, they need something to stop. I'm surprised nobody else has ones yet, but I'm sure they will now. But it's a lot to manage. It is, but I managed to hit it right today.
I think everybody can agree on that. Hey, good run, man. Way to go. You nailed it. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Matt. And while they were chatting with the new sheriff in town at touring class, Michael Lindstrom's landing score came in at 150, combined score of 156 as a 74-foot landing. The other thing that happened while Matt and Luke were chatting, here comes Keith Lang. And he's putting in work. Oh, it's hanging on a little bit longer for him, digging that tail in. We've got a new co-host in the booth. So Sheldon Hetherington was with me. Thank you so much for Sheldon. Now, the man of the hour, the reason we're all here, Chad Hall.
Hey.
Joining me in the booth here.
Great to be here.
Nice work out there.
Thank you. That was harder than it, I don't know what to expect, but that was tough. The pressure, a lot of pressure in the moment.
Here comes Rick Boardman now. Tail up nice and high, belly pod floating underneath. Working those slats. Michael Lindstrom prowling behind him in Warhorse. Jeff Daly, by the way, hanging out back there like a proud papa. Just watching his airplane put in work with Micah at the controls. So let's look at some of the scores here after Micah takes off. Getting that tail super.
Wow.
Okay. All right. That's going to be probably the shortest takeoff we've seen in Unlimited, and definitely even today. So I got Chad Hall hanging out with me right now in the booth, and so first of all, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Bringing us Music City STOL. And look at that, 84 feet, so not quite the shortest for Michael Lindstrom. But while they go around the pattern, actually, they're already back.
Yeah.
Look at that. There's Levi Nogas keeping that tail down. And he's going to he's good at keeping that tail up. He's going to learn how to do that. Just keep that tail up, taxiing around.
I'm glad you brought me in here for Unlimited, because this is the stuff now that I've got some goals in my flying career now to look forward to.
Oh yeah,
this is unbelievable.
These are the master craftsmen of STOL. These are
really
the master pilots, and they're doing really amazing things right now. We should have, Keith Lang now. Look at him coming in there, hovering in with that Super Cub. Not afraid to hang it all out. Good over the line for Keith Lang. Get those flaps up right away. Just tucked them right in. More style points. You're going to be the guy at the airport just taxiing with your tail up, practicing that all day, right?
Yeah, I'm still a new tail wheel guy, so I'm a little intimidated to get too aggressive with it. But the more I do this, the more I'm starting to get more comfortable with the airplane. And when you have 800 plus hours and tricycle wheel, it's like starting over again when you learn to fly tail wheel. So, but I'm having a blast doing it. And again, it's kind of surreal that I'm actually sitting here being a fan of STOL for like 6-7 years. Now I'm actually getting to fly it. It's amazing.
Rick Boardman putting it on the wheels. Did not mind putting some weight down on those shocks. His best takeoff was 99 feet at the beginning this third run. 121 for the takeoff. 149 for the landing. So that's going to actually be his longest run, but best 218. Michael Lindstrom now coming in the Warhorse. This thing is something else. Best score of 156 feet combined. And he just had an 84-foot takeoff. Oh, adding that power to keep it, got a little behind it. And he's going to go around. Is he going to go around? Or is he going to just put it down because it's practice?
I don't know.
He's gonna put it down out there because it's practice. Micah was subject of a somewhat controversial go around a few years back where he seemed like he was touched his tail wheel down or something like that, but he's going to take it back to the corral. Okay, so we've got a few seconds before we go on to the adventure class, but I want to give you an opportunity to chat about just what it takes to put on an event like this.
Well, it takes people, and I've been very fortunate. None of this would be possible without our committee, the folks that really get together and have been meeting since January of this year. We've been meeting once a month, and then we've gone weekly as we get closer to the event. And there's just so many different areas that we all have to cover, and with all the problems that we end up having as we get here are very, very small. The plan just comes together, and then the other part of that equation is it takes a lot of money to make these events happen. There's a lot going on. So we have an amazing city and a county. City of Gallatin has been fantastic. Sumner County, I'm glad to call home. I was born and raised here. They have gotten behind us. Our airport authority, Jeff Dunham, our airport manager. This has been a really great gathering of our community that has rallied around this event because it came out of nowhere. It kind of dropped in our lap last year. We pulled it off, and it was a great time. It was a hot day, but we all had a great time. So this year, everybody's been really excited to bring STOL back to Gallatin. And we've had a list of sponsors that have jumped in and helped us make it happen, and so we're very happy for that. And one thing about our sponsors is all of our sponsors are mostly all local community businesses and folks. And so that means a lot to me, being that this is my hometown. It's STOL gets bigger here. Nashville is just down south just a little ways, but I'm glad to see so many businesses come out and support the efforts that we're doing for STOL here in Gallatin and Sumner County.
Do you have any you want to call out right now while we wait for this jet to rudely interrupt the STOL action?
Sure. Yeah, and of course, our presenting sponsor, we didn't have a presenting sponsor last year, but I am so thankful we have Vol State Bank that has jumped aboard with us. Vol State Bank has been a staple in this community since 1977. It's been a long time. I was 1 year old, so I'm dating myself a little bit, but yeah, old man. But I'm real thankful for Vol State for jumping in this year and being a part of our as our presenting sponsor. And also, I don't know if you noticed during my last role there, but I was very rudely buzzed by a helicopter that flew by. That was actually one of our sponsors, Flight Solutions, Kevin McCutcheon, who's also, I have to give a big shout out, he's a big part of the reason that we have music here this year, bringing in artists. His son Connor's one of our performers tomorrow. So we're very thankful for Kevin and Flight Solutions, and he is one of 2 FBOs we have here. I mean, when I started flying, this was a small little airport, but we are growing now. We're getting bigger. So we have 2 FBOs. Jet Access are the guys that you see out here. In the vest, fueling, taxiing planes, managing all the chaos. So Jet Access and Flight Solutions are 2 amazing FBOs, and they're really kind of part of our airport family. So we're grateful to have them to be a part of us, be a part of this event again this year.
I think we're about ready to kick off the adventure class. Look at that DC-3.
Isn't that beautiful? It's the oldest flying DC-3, I think, in the world. I think it's a 1936, restored back into its original American Airlines condition. I'm probably not doing it justice, but I got to fly in that back in their home base in Shelbyville last year. Man, it is writing in history. It's amazing.
Taxiing past you guys now in the adventure class. Race number 88, this red and white Carbon Cup that just went by the booth. That's from Oakdale, Louisiana. That's Adam Gordon. Next up, in another Badlands Traveler, the gray and black run from, I don't even know, I'm going to pronounce this right, Wamego, Kansas? Did I pronounce that right? Someone come tell me after the show. It's race 603, Jared Garrettson. That thing, we can get into the details between the 2 of them. They're different, slightly different builds of the same airframe. Next up, in the legend aircraft MOAC, the mother of all Cubs from Mineola, Texas, it's Brian Steck. Brian, when he arrived yesterday, I've been saying all season, like, man, that airplane is loud. It's one of the loudest airplanes you'll see, you'll hear. And he said to me, I put a muffler on it for you. So it's got a muffler on it now. And it's going to get maybe a little
I'll take your
quieter,
word for it.
but probably not. And then last but certainly not least, there he is coming up. Warhorse is back, this time with the proud dad behind the controls, Jeff Daly, the builder of that aircraft. He's from Arthur, Nebraska in that 2024 Badlands Traveler. Adam Gordon on the roll, flaps down, up into the air in the Carbon Cup. Jared Garrettson at the line, and look as they taxi past each other. Jared's got bigger tires, he's got taller gear, he's got more angle of attack in the beginning, but he's also got more weight. Jeff was kind of poking fun of him. He's like, he's got an autopilot in his. It's a little bit heavier. Jared, there he goes. Whoa, okay.
Impressive.
Talking about around 100 feet for Jared. Here comes Brian Steck in high strung. That plane totally custom airfoil. It's a MOAC that Brian partnered with Legend Aircraft to build exactly to his specs. It's sub 100 for Brian Steck, and I don't know if it was any quieter. It was still really loud. And then Jeff Daly in Warhorse. See, it squats a little bit lower. It's a little bit lighter. Yep. I guess Jared's has upholstery. This doesn't really even have upholstery in it.
It's a true STOL airplane.
Off a little bit longer. Now remember, we just saw that plane flown by Micah Lindstrom, and his shortest takeoff was 84 feet. I think we might have less wind, or even a tad little bit of wind on the tail now for the adventure class. Let's look at the takeoff distances here. Best one of this heat, or this run of the adventure class, Brian Steck off at a jaw-dropping 98 feet. Jared Garrettson 1 foot behind him with 99 feet. Jeff Daly 130, Adam Gordon 167. And Adam Gordon is on final approach right now. The new host of Swamp STOL, by the way, if you're a big fan of National STOL, following us around the country. Here comes Adam now. Giving up about 50 feet over the line. Working those big fat tires. Yeah, he's on 35-inch bush wheels. 35-inch Alaskan bush wheels there, putting in work. Jared Garrettson now with a little bit of a tailwind. Good over the line for Jared, working those gear. Okay, here we go now. Brian Stack in the MOAC, the mother of all Cubs. This thing is intense. It's got a Gladiator 390, and it's actually water cooled. The joke is that it's a Rotax because he's got a little Rotax water jug in it to keep it cool, but not a Rotax. Here he is, good over the line, coming in hot. It's going to be aggressive on the braking, a little bit of direction control issue. And now Jeff Daly coming in, and the tailwind may be as much as 12 knots at altitude right now. The wind definitely flipped around, but look at the surface level. That windsock still showing nil wind there, and our flags have flipped, but they're not moving.
It's been squirrely earlier today.
Oh. Jeff Daly unable to hold it off. So a scratch for him. As they taxi around and get ready to go, I want to talk about our friends at Legend Aircraft. We're going to be at their home base for the finals. Sulphur Springs, Texas. Big thanks to them. Legend Aircraft, it's not your grandfather's Cub. Clearly not when you look at something like the MOAC. Here's Adam Gordon now on the roll, getting that tail up. Little bit early on the pull, I think. Jared Garrettson high in the air already on those massively tall gear. We got to come up with a name for this plane. If you have a name for this plane, actually, throw it in the chat. Jared off short, sub 100 feet for Jared Garrettson. Brian Stack in the Legend Aircraft MOAC. Shock Monster suspension. A new muffler, apparently. Here we go. He's not messing around. Oh!
Little bounce.
He was off sub 75, but then settled back down into the grass.
That stings.
And here comes Jeff Daly. Warhorse. There we go. A little bit cleaner for Jeff Daly. They're pointing around 100 feet. These takeoff numbers, we got 197 for Adam Gordon, 97 for Brian Stack, 98 for Jeff Daly, but look at Jared Garrettson with 90 feet on that takeoff.
Wow.
Best takeoff of the day in practice here at your event. I think is 82 feet by Michael Lindstrom. Whoo, doggy.
And we still have that tailwind out there a little bit.
So Adam Gordon's coming in, and I think once these guys get in, we got to hear more about what it takes to make something like this possible. So here comes Adam now. Burst of throttle to hold it off. That right main touchdown right after the line, and he's going to, okay. He's going to spin around a little bit, a little directional control problem. That's going to probably warrant a warning from race control. Can't do that again. Yeah, issued a warning by race control there. No loss of directional control, please. Okay, next is Jared Garrettson. 90-foot takeoff. A little bit heavier than Warhorse. Woo, okay. He plopped it in. He wasn't afraid to work it. We heard a ping of the shocks working. And Lexi says she's not sure. The question is whether or not the tire touched the line or not. You have to land just beyond it. So if it touched the line, any paint was touched, that would be a scratch. Let's go to the replay. See him holding it off now, and it fell out from him, but did it fall out from him at the right time? Oh, I think they might call that a scratch. Yeah, I saw a cloud of dust too. Good over the line for Brian Steck, and yes, a scratch called for Jared Garrettson on that second run, and just a confirmation on race number 88, Adam Gordon being issued a warning for loss of directional control. Jeff Daly and Warhorse. I don't think we've seen the full power of what Jeff Daly can do today. And Jeff Daly with a scratch. And I feel like we still have a little bit of tailwindy action going. It's interesting because the airport's windsock isn't doing anything.
That's very unusual for this airport, too. It felt very squirrely earlier when I was flying rookie. And there's some twisty things going on there. But at least it's mild. At least it's not, super strong. It's not super gusty. It's just a little swirly.
Adam Gordon on the roll, hanging onto the ground there a little bit. Well, we get a little bit of grass in the booth. You know that Tennessee grass there coming in. Don't forget to vote for your favorite pilot today and tomorrow. NationalStol.com/vote. NationalStol.com/vote. Everyone's getting in line here. Jerry Garrettson on the line now. Again, he's looking for names for this aircraft. And it's going to hang on a little bit longer than the last one. 90 feet was his best takeoff. This one's going to be well over 100 feet. So Brian's having some sort of mechanical issue, so he's going to roll out and reassess that back at the pits. And here comes Jeff Daly. Getting sub that last takeoff, 98 feet. There we go. They're pointing sub 100 again. Can he beat Micah's 82-foot takeoff? 92 feet, so 10 feet longer than Micah. And they're coming around the bend now, Chad, and anything, as a brand new rookie to the sport, you have any advice for them as they come in?
Wow, yeah, I don't know that I'm in a position to give advice at this point. I'm an advice taker, so I'm hoping that tonight during our cookout I'm going to ask a few questions and get some feedback on my flying.
Adam Gordon just floating it in right now. You can see the Jared Garretson aircraft kind of coming in behind him, base to final. Holding it off. Come on, Adam, hold it off. Good over the line for Adam Gordon. He's got to get appropriately heavy on the appropriate brakes. Here comes Jared Garretson in the other Badlands Traveler. Talk about the weight differences between that aircraft and Warhorse. This one, the tires are even, 15 pounds heavier than what they've got on Warhorse. Good over the line, not afraid to plop it down.
I think that suspension can take it.
Yeah, it seems like it's built for it. Not afraid to put in the work. $129-foot landing and a quite a bit longer takeoff for Jared Garretson that time. He had a 159-foot takeoff. Total 288, his best 212. Jeff Daly.
And the winds are calm now, it looks like. So no excuses. Oh.
And short for Jeff Daly as well in the adventure class. It's kind of wrapping up practice there for the adventure class. So we got to talk real quick before we wrap up for the day, Chad. This is going to kick off to a pretty amazing event tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah. I guess if I really wanted to communicate what we're trying to do, when I jumped into the EAA back in 2016, I wanted to bring in our community because Gallatin Airport was here, and no one really understood and knew the significance and importance of what an airport brings to a community. So we started bringing in people from the community to come out and eat our breakfast, and that just continued to grow. We bring in special guests, different airplanes, and we kind of have just like a mini air show every month during the summer. And our community has fallen in love with it. And this year we set a record of 458 people coming in to eat breakfast with us for the EAA. We also have a high school now that is in their third year of one of the best aviation programs I've ever seen. It would probably make a lot of college programs envious. And we're starting to make aviators here in this community. And we want to see young people get inspired to fly. And I think the part of what we're trying to do here with events like STOL is to inspire that next generation of aviators, because we got a huge shortage that's going to continue to grow as the years go on, and we want Gallatin to be a place where we're going to be bringing up the next generation of aviators and sending them out there. So hopefully events like this will spark that fire.
So tomorrow we're going to have the formal competition, Music City STOL, but the other thing is we got some music.
Yes.
For Music City.
Absolutely. We have Madeline Consour, who's coming up here in the morning. She's going to be singing when the gates open all the way up until the start. Connor McCutcheon is going to be doing a set, and maybe they're going to be doing some mixing here and there. And then we have Noah Hicks, who is going to be our headliner. It's going to be a really awesome show. And if you remember sound check this morning, this whole place was shaking. And so we're looking forward to having Noah here close us out for Music City STOL 2024 tomorrow night.
Well, that is going to be an awesome show. Big thanks to all of you at home for watching. Tune in tomorrow, 10 a.m., YouTube, Facebook. And you can always visit nationalstol.com to follow us all through the season. We can't wait to have you tomorrow. Come on. If you're in Tennessee, make the trip.
It's totally worth it. You got to come.
It's going to be amazing. We got music. We got food. There's even like cool things you can buy over there, like the whole thing.
And you can join the flagship Detroit and get a ride in a DC-3. I mean,
yeah, you got to do that. Look at that airplane. It's beautiful. So anyway, thank you so much, Chad. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. for more STOL action. Thanks so much. I'm Ryan Dabrowski. We'll see you soon. Special thanks to all our sponsors: Ladd Gardner Insurance, Aviation Protect Them, Legend Aircraft, Not Your Grandfather's Cub. Get the right trailer for your job with USATrailersDirect.com. Sarasota Avionics, your authorized garment dealer. FlightHelmet.com, specializing in sales and service of flight helmets. Use code NSTOL50 for $50 off. Flying Eyes Optics, the lightest and most comfortable aviation sunglasses around. Lift Aviation, bridging the gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. Aero LEDs, serving every spectrum of the worldwide aviation market. Red Tag Art, innovative and handcrafted aviation art and home goods. Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, where aviation passion flirts shamelessly with the seduction of coffee roasting. iFly EFB. Fly your freedom. It's different up here. Tundra Tailwheels. Upgrade your aircraft today at tundratailwheel.com.